phases and the younger phases over here in the very vein of Giovanni and Ania's capacity to build networks across generation, across regions. I am Donato Romano, and I am a member of the Anania Summer School on Evidence-Based Policymaking Scientific Committee. On July 15, 2015, Giovanni Anania passed away. He was a passionate economist and an organizer of institutions dedicated to research, education, and assistance to policymaking. His death represented a significant loss for many who had the privilege to know him as a professor, a colleague, a mentor, and a friend. In slightly more than 30 years of research, policy work, and teaching, Giovanni has contributed innovative ideas, analysis, and programs in the field of agri-food economics with a primary focus on trade economics and policy. His work and teaching have significantly shaped, influenced, and inspired generations of students, economists, and policy makers worldwide. To commemorate Giovanni, the University of Calabria, and specifically the Department of Economics, Statistics, and Finance, that is named after Giovanni, the Italian Association of Agricultural and Applied Economists, and the Rossi Doria Research Center decided to organize a summer school on evidence-based policymaking. And the name already tells you what is the approach of this school. That is, again, very close to the way Giovanni intends to making economics. And this has been organized every other year. And tomorrow it will start the 5th edition. However, this year marks the 10th anniversary of Giovanni's passing away, and the three organizations have decided to pay a tribute to Giovanni and his ideas with today's event. The event is organized in two parts. Namely, this morning we will have a tribute by Alex McCullough, who was Giovanni's PhD supervisor at the University of California, Berkeley, and two keynotes, Antoine Bouet and Lucia Tajoli. Unfortunately, because of the storm that hit central Italy yesterday, Antoine is still flying, trying to get here. So we will switch, and we will have Lucia Tajoli first, and then Antoine Bouet after. That will focus on the changed landscape of international trade over the last months, I should say. The shift from an imperfect free trade order to trade war context. And in the afternoon, we will have a roundtable on the uncharted waters of international trade, chaired by Margherita Scoppola, and contributed by many top scholars who were also very good friends of Giovanni. Before concluding this introduction, let me thank all the people and institutions without whom all these would not have been possible. First and foremost, the two keynote speakers and the roundtable participants who enthusiastically agreed to contribute in person, some of them traveling from very far, and also the other who could not make it to be here in person, but nevertheless did their own best to participate remotely. The members of the scientific committee of the summer school, who have mobilized their own time and networks to put together the conference program. The University of Calabria, and again, specifically the Department of Economics, Statistics, and Finance, Giovanni Anania, the Italian Association of Agricultural and Applied Economists, and the Rossi Doria Research Center, which have supported from the very beginning the idea of this conference. And last, but by no means least, let me remember Luca Salvatici, who has been one of the pillars of this event, as well of all the past and current editions of the Giovanni Anania Summer School. Luca suddenly and prematurely passed away on May 6 this year. Luca was not only a great friend, but an excellent scholar and a fantastic mentor. He has been probably the one among those who have had Giovanni Anania as a mentor who walked more closely in Giovanni's footsteps, both in terms of research, mentoring, and institutional building or shaping. Luca's loss is a tremendous loss. What we can do to honor him is to keep doing things with the same rigor, integrity, humanity, and good humor, as he would have done. I already know that two of the institutions Luca contributed most, the Rossi Doria Research Center and IEA, are considering to remember him with a scientific conference on his scholarly contribution, probably early next year. We will keep you informed. So I thank you very much again for coming to Cosenza, and I give the floor to Professor Massimo Costabile, the head of the department, Giovanni Anaia, for his welcome address. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this important conference titled The Uncharted Waters of International Trade, Multilateral Cooperation 30 Years Later. As Director of the Department of Economics, Statistics and Finance, Giovanni Anaia, I am particularly proud to host this event today, addressing critical and highly relevant themes linked to the increasingly complex dynamics of international trade. 30 years after initiating significant multilateral cooperation effort, we found ourselves navigating still uncharted waters, characterized by unpredicted challenges and opportunities. We opened this conference by remembering Giovanni Anaia, a scholar of extraordinary stature and a leading figure in agricultural economics and policy. The rigor of his work, the depth of his analysis, and his ability to inspire a new generation of researchers have left an indelible mark on the scientific community. This gathering is not only an opportunity to reflect on issues close to his heart, but also a tribute to his human and professional legacy, which continue to inspire us all. This conference provides an exceptional opportunity to reflect on past lessons, analyze current issues, and most important, propose innovative solutions for the future. The participation of international experts, scholars, and young researchers guarantee a rich and stimulating discussion. I sincerely thank everyone who contributed to the organization of today's event, in particular Rosanna Nistigo, who is the head of the organizing committee, and wish you all a fruitful and enlightening discussion. Thank you very much.
Now let me give the floor to Simone Severini, who is the president of the Italian Association of Agriculture and Applied Economists. Please, Simone.
Thank you, Donato. So, good morning, everybody. Yes, I'm here to bring the greetings of the Italian Association of Agriculture and Applied Economics. As you know, Giovanni Anaia has been one of the more influential founder of our association. Many words have been said on the activity and the personal character of Giovanni that was very influential for many of us and shaped very much our association. So we generally support the summer school warmly every 2 years, but in this occasion we have been very happy to support this initiative of this event, and this has been done. So we have been very happy to do so for two main reasons. The first one is to, of course, to acknowledge the activity of Giovanni for our association, not only for the whole scientific academia, scientific community that has been very much influenced by him, but also the association, okay? So he has been one of the founder and more influential founders of our association, and so we would like with this event to acknowledge his activity and to thank him for this. The second reason is because we would like the young generation that didn't have the opportunity to meet him, to know him, to know more about his, because he's a figure, is a person that can highlight your professional activity, okay? So I remember that in the afternoon there will be a presentation of the book in honor to Giovanni, and I encourage you to take part of this event to know more about Giovanni. And if you will be able to take part of the activity of our association, you will be able to correlate the two things and to know that, to understand that if the association is as it is now, many of the features of our association are due to how Giovanni interpreted his professional activities and way of life, okay? So these are the two main reasons why we are here and supporting very much this initiative. I also would like to thank the organizer. First of all, the person who had the idea of doing this, design the program of this conference, and those who organize in practice these activities that took many of us busy during this year, okay? Of course, I would like to stress also and to thank Luca Salvatiti that, as Donato said, supported very much this initiative. Finally, I would like also to thank the distinguished scholars who are here to make this event rich. And also, I would like to thank them for the long journey they took to come here. So again, I want to thank them too. I also wish you an interesting, fruitful, and enjoyable event for all of you. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is quite an unusual situation for me because it is the first time that we are running ahead instead of lagging behind. But anyway, that's very good because then we will have more time to interact each other during the coffee breaks probably and lunch break. So I think that now we can broadcast the tribute to Giovanni Anania by Alex McCullough, who was interviewed by Colin Carter, both at the University of California, Davis. So I think that we can... Deve mandare una cosa, sì. Può mandare la registrazione del professor McCullough? Poi magari andiamo giù, così ce la vediamo meglio. Vabbè. No, this one. No. Non è? No, this is not. Okay, it seems that we have some technical issue, so I propose to reshuffle completely the program, and perhaps we can start with Lucia. Lucia, sorry for that.
No problem.
While we're trying to solve this problem. So let me introduce Lucia Tajoli for the ones who do not know her. Lucia is Professor of Economics at the School of Management of the Polytechnic University of Milan. She collaborates with Istituto per gli Studi di Politica Internazionale, ISPI, in Milan, and with Italian Trade Agency. Lucia's research focus is on international trade and economic integration, especially through international fragmentation of production, on the growth impact of economic integration and trade policies. And within these topics, she has emerged as one of the most important experts on the analysis of global value chain, and this is why we invited her, and we thank her for having accepted our invitation. So Lucia, please, you have the floor. And the title of Lucia's keynote is Can Global Value Chains Endure Trade Wars? Please, Lucia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this very kind introduction, Donato. Thank you very much for this invitation to the organizers. It's a privilege and an honor to be here. And I really feel privileged to be able to remember Giovanni Anania, who I met in a few occasions. And I think he's a scholar that is really worth remembering. So I really, really thank for this very kind invitation. I also would like to say a couple of words about the title of my presentation. This is a title that I discussed and decided with Luca Salvatici. I think it must have been something like May 2nd or 3rd. So really very few days before he passed away. And because he's the one that involved me in this conference. And we were talking, and I was saying, what do you want me to talk about? I can talk about the current trade war, what is happening to globalization, or maybe I can talk about something that I've been working on for quite some time, as Donato was remembering, global value chains. And so we put together the two things. And actually, the title you see here is his own suggestion. After we discussed, he wrote me an email saying, what about this title? Can global value chains endure trade wars? So I own him this title. I would have liked to have him hearing this talk. Unfortunately, this is not possible, but okay. So, why this title? And why this question? I think that everybody knows that we are in a very difficult time as far as international trade is concerned. And I wanted to focus on global value chains because I think that I will try to discuss they play a very relevant role in how we see international trade today. So I think that this is a very relevant issue to understand and be aware of. If global value chains won't endure trade wars, the current trade war, we will see a very, very different scenario and a very different international trade. Now, let me anticipate. Personally, I think that the answer to this question, can global value chains endure trade wars, is yes. Yes, if there are a number of things that need to be changed and corrected and adapted in the way global value chains are organized today. And this is what I will try to discuss with you. So this is the outline. Let me get you through very quickly the points that I would like to discuss today. First of all, I think that we should start on common ground, and I would like to define exactly what global value chains are and which is the role that they have played in international trade in the last 20 years at least. I will discuss briefly the issue of measuring global value chains. I think that this is very important, and as was remembered by the people introducing this conference, we are here to talk about empirical and applied economics and to know exactly, to understand exactly how some issues and some problems can be addressed and possibly solved by policy decision and so on. To get good answers, we need to get good measures, and we need to understand correctly the phenomena we are looking at. So I think that the issue of measuring and understanding trade data, global value chains data, is a very, very crucial one to inform trade policy decisions, if they want to be informed, which is an if in these days, I must say. So I will show you that there are issues that have been raised about the way in which global value chains work already before the current trade war, and this is why I think that there are important changes that are needed in global value chains beyond the current threat that value chains are facing today, and which is a possible way to go. We will try to do this everything in the next 40 minutes, more or less, which is not too much to discuss all these points, but I would like to leave some time for discussion. If you have clarification questions or specific issues to raise on the points I will show, feel free to interrupt, and maybe we can have a broader discussion on broader issues at the end. Okay, so let me start by explaining why I think that looking at global value chains is a very relevant point when we look at the state of world trade today. Now here I have reproduced the definition of global value chains in a very famous and quoted article by Paul Antras, one of the main experts in this field. And the definition he provides in this article is that a value chain is a series of stages involved in producing a product or a service. And in each stage, value is added. And we talk about global value chains when at least 2 stages are produced in different countries. Now, given that we are describing a production process, this organization of production in different stages taking place in different locations inevitably involves international trade, because goods at different stages of production cross borders back and forth. And therefore, the development of global value chains has inevitably impacted trade very much. Today, estimates indicate that between 50 and 70% of international trade is related to this organization of production that we call global value chains. So this is why I really think that if we want to understand how international trade is organized today, we need to understand how global value chains work. There is another important element that I think is worth recalling. In a way, global value chains are a super trade in the sense that they enhance many of the effects of trade. Global value chains implies specialization of countries not only in goods or in a specific good or in a specific service, but in a specific phase of production of that good or that service. So they enhance the comparative advantage effects, the gains from trade effects, but also the redistribution effects, the changes in specialization effects, and the like of trade. So they, to some extent, enhance the pros and cons that we have been familiar about with trade in the last 200 and more years. So global value chains, as they've been developing at least since the end of last century, are the result of increasing integration and globalization. It is possible to organize production in this way because many barriers have been eliminated. We know that at the beginning of this century, the average value of tariffs worldwide was for manufactured goods around 4% or even lower. And we know that trade costs have been declining very much. The cost of organizing production across borders have been also reduced thanks to the new technologies of communication and so on and so forth. So in many ways, global value chains are a product of what we call globalization, of integration of markets, integration of production processes. But at the same time, global value chains have been accelerating these processes, enhancing integration, connecting countries much more closely, because if countries not only exchange final goods, but exchange production processes, the level of deep integration going on is really high. So this is why I think, like many other scholars, of course I'm not the only one, that global value chains are really at the core of international trade, how we know it today. So to understand how international trade is evolving, we really need to understand how global value chains work. Now, let me say this is a difficult task, though, because global value chains are very much driven by firms' decisions. in order to really understand how a global value chain is organized, worked, governed, etc., we really need to go deep into firms' decisions and organization. And this is not something easy to do. We don't have good data on this, and this is why I also want to stress the issue of measurement. But I really think that understanding this is it's crucial. By the way, let me say, off the records if you want, that I think that many of the current trade policy decisions that we are observing, especially coming from the USA, seem not to understand the crucial role of global value chains and the extent to which they are at the core of production today, because apparently this is what it seems. So, a few data, because as I said, we want to make statements that are based on factual evidence. As I mentioned, today, estimates seem to suggest that global value chains are affecting more than half of world trade. Now, what you see here is a decomposition of international trade in the part that is related to final goods, if you want, the dark blue part, and the rest are parts of exchanges between countries that are related to global value chains. The lighter blue, the green, and the red, small red part is what is called double counting. Double counting occurs because customs register the value of the good that is crossing border, and if a good crosses a border at a certain stage of production and goes to another country and then gets back, you have this so-called double counting effect. But if we forget about the red thin part that we see in these bars, you see that global value chain relevance in international trade has been expanding. Now, one way to measure, a very common way to measure the relevance of global value chains is to measure the extent of what is called backward and forward participation of countries to global value chains. Backward participation reflects the fact that a country, in order to export, has to import something to produce, and it uses imported inputs. Now, this is obvious to many of us that think about international trade. Even way before we started discussing about global value chains, we know that in Italy, to develop the textile industry, we had to import cotton because we never grew it. So in this sense, this is backward participation to the value chain producing textile goods and apparel goods. But of course, here we are not simply talking about importing raw materials and importing the type of inputs that we are unable to produce domestically. When we refer to global value chains, of course, we refer to a specific choice. Of course, there are raw materials that we are unable to produce locally and we need to import in order to export. But we also refer to the choice of delocalizing production phases that could be developed locally and to delocalize them somewhere else. We talk about backward participation when we talk about something that is imported to be embodied in domestic production. And we talk about forward participation when we look at inputs produced domestically, shipped abroad to be embodied in foreign production. So you see, these are the two typical measures that are used in the literature, and you see that they are both increasing slightly over time. We are looking at a period of about 25 years in this picture. You see that there are ups and downs because we know that trade and global value chains as well were hit by the great financial crisis back in 2008, 2009. We had the COVID effect in 2020, and so on and so forth. The overall trend is increasing, not strongly increasing, but increasing, I would say, but it is not smooth. So one important issue is how strong is the impact of global value chains on the ups and downs of trade that we have been observing in the past. Now, I'll get back to this point, how stable and resilient is the position of countries in global value chains. This is something relevant. We'll get back to this. Given the general goal of this conference and this school, I wanted also to focus a little bit on agricultural global value chains. I must say I'm not really an expert in this specific field, but of course agricultural global value chains are very, very important for a number of reasons, so it's really worth stressing them. They are important because for many countries whose economies is largely based on agricultural production, they are an important way to be involved in world trade. They are important because many different sectors require agricultural inputs in order to produce. And they are important because they really have been at the core of some transformation of a number of economies. Now, these data are a little old, of course. I have taken this from a relatively more recent article that shows, though, one important element, which is also crucial to keep in mind when we talk about global value chains. Different areas and different countries participate differently to global value chains. When we look at a general picture like this, and we see, and we compare backward participation and to forward participation, we forget something which is important. In different sectors, countries' position in the global value chain can be very different. And this is very clear when we consider here, for example, agricultural value chains. It's not immediately easy to read, but the green line here represents forward participation, that is countries that produce inputs to be shipped to other countries. The red line is backward participation, that is countries importing inputs to be used in production, and the blue line is the total of the two. And of course, you see something which is obvious in many ways, but it's worth recalling. On average, African countries are more involved in forward GVC. They produce inputs for other countries. Europe is more involved in backward GVCs. Americas are somewhere, and Asia are in an average position between the two. But it's very important to remember countries' position in GVCs, because how is a GVC organized? Who has the power to decide who produces what? Which is the country that is making that is generating a certain level of prices? It's really something that depends very much on the position of countries in GVCs. So it's important to consider that not everyone is participating to global value chains in the same way. At the same time, even if, of course, there are differences in the position of countries, we see that most countries are very involved in global value chains. And here, again, I wanted to focus for a moment on agricultural and food global value chains. And you see that it's not something that concerns only emerging or developing countries. Of course, African countries are very much involved in global value chains in this sector. Latin American countries similarly. But you see, for example, that Europe is also a major player in this respect. Less relevant in this respect is the role of Asia, which is a major player in other types of global value chains. Of course, China is involved, but to somewhat a less lower extent. And also the United States are a bit less involved in this type of global value chains. But it's something that is concerning, even if in different ways, both advanced and emerging economies. And this is something which is important to remember. And here we are talking about, this is also something that is worth remembering, a level of participation measured with these backward and forward measures of over 30%, which is larger than the average overall across all sectors participation of countries in GVCs. Now, another thing that is worth remembering about global value chains is that because of their nature as a production process, they do not only involve the sectors to which the global value chain belongs to. This is a picture representing the distribution of returns from final demand in the agricultural and food value chains. And what you see is that when we talk about a value chain, we have to involve also inputs coming from other sectors, output going to other sectors, and also we need to involve all the parts of the economic system that are required to keep together the global value chain. This is something that sometimes we forget when we look at the traditional measures. In order for a global value chain to exist, we need to involve transportation, we need to involve insurances, we need to involve finance, we need to involve a number of sectors, service sectors, for example, that might not be directly part of the manufacturing process as we are used to think about it, but which are essential and required inputs to keep the flow of goods going and the production going. Here you see that the share of the returns going to services in high-income countries, but also in middle and low-income countries related to agricultural and food global value chains is very high. So global value chains, even if we tend to look at sectoral global value chains to produce a given good, food or apparel or a car or whatever you want, they tend to be very extensive across different sectors. So they impact a very large number of different sectors. And this is something that is important to keep in mind. This is why I think they really play a central role. So hoping to having convinced you that it's important to look at global value chains across the board to understand how international trade works today, how do we measure this phenomenon? As I said, I strongly believe that to understand the world we look at, we need to have good measures of it to understand how it evolves. And I must say, we honestly don't have good measures about global value chains. These indices that have been developed, backward participation, forward participation, are at best approximation of this phenomenon. Because as you can see in this picture, I don't want to go through the whole thing in details, but as you can see just by looking at the picture, this is a representation of an agricultural global value chain. There are different passages, different stages involving a global value chains. And in order to really understand what, for example, a trade policy will do to a global value chain, you really need to understand the whole process. In a very simple world in which countries simply trade final goods and that's all, the effect of a trade policy, the effect of a tariff is very straightforward. This is not the case when we talk about global value chains, because these are complex processes. What you do with a tariff is very different than what you would do in a Ricardian world with final goods being traded only. And I think this is important to keep in mind. Now, here, the picture simply highlights this idea that goods are going back and forward across border. The border is the vertical line, dashed blue line that you see here. Goods are going back and forward. They are involving different sectors. And, of course, as I said, this involves a very specific type of specialization of countries, and it also involves cooperation between countries. Now, this is another crucial aspect. When you think about a production process flowing through countries, through global value chains, disruptions of this production process generated by different potential shocks, policies, but also natural disasters or bottlenecks of some kinds or any other kind of disruption have a very different effect than the same type of phenomenon on traditional international trade. You don't get that specific good from another country. Consumers will be unhappy. Prices might increase in your domestic economy because you don't get that good. But the effects are more likely to be confined to that sector. When we talk about the disruption of our production process, because the flow of intermediate goods or services that are needed to have a global value chain flowing, the effect is much more widespread, first of all, because it tends to affect many other areas of the economy, not only the one that is directly affected. And it might disrupt domestic production. It's not only a matter of not being able to consume a particular good that consumers might be interested in, but you get a disruption in production. So you might have effects, direct effect on employment, direct effects on other sectors, and so on. So the complexity of the system is important to be kept in mind. So it's important to measure this complexity and to understand how this is occurring. The measures that I've shown you so far are based on trade as we are used to think about it. There was a first paper long ago by Hamels and co-authors back in 1947 that was looking specifically at trade in intermediates over total export and imports of a given country. Hamels and others were looking specifically at the United States, and this is important to stress. The United States are the first country and probably the most important ones that developed his economy in the last 25 years using trade and global value chains. Trade is certainly not, let me be very explicit on this, was not certainly developed in order to screw the United States. Let me be very frank about this. I think it's worth remembering this. It's quite the contrary, because this is exactly the opposite of what happened. The United States have organized their production system on trade and on global value chains. I think that this should be said and resaid these days. So sorry for being so explicit, but it's necessary, I think. And in fact, the earlier studies were really all based on United States delocalization of production toward, guess whom? Of course, Mexico, first of all, and Canada. Now, but of course, it was clear that this was a very sketchy type of approximation. So new measures developed in order to measure exactly the phenomenon and consider this. When we look at a good, then we consider the value that a good has for its consumers and the price that consumers are willing to pay for that good. Well, this is the result. We have been taught this in Economics 101. This is the result of the value added that has been building along the production process of this country, of this good, sorry. Typically, if the production process occurs within a country, the value added has been built within the same country. And of course, this means that incomes have been earned in the same country where the production process has been occurring, okay? Now, when we have global value chains, inevitably a component of that value added is coming from abroad. So value added that builds the value of a given good that we are consuming comes from domestic production, but from foreign production, and it's composed of domestic income and foreign income, okay? So this is what the measures are trying to focus on today, which is the share of foreign value added, FVA means foreign value added, which is the share of foreign value added in gross exports. This is important because if we think about countries whose trade policies are keen to expand exports and reduce imports, we must remember really that today, for every euro or dollar or whichever currency you want to think of, we export, a consistent fraction of that dollar is income in another country, okay? And it requires incomes from another country. So knowing the value added share coming from abroad is an important, certainly an important measure of trade. So the typical measures, the ones that I have been showing to you that have been developed by a large stream of literature started by Koopman and co-authors, American Economic Review 10 years ago more or less, and Johnson and Nogueira in the same year, and then eventually further developed with very smart ways to make these computations by Borin and Mancini from the Bank of Italy. All these things try to distinguish the impact of trade on the domestic economy and on the foreign economy. How much do we own to foreign economies when we export as a country? How much do we increase incomes when we export as a country? It's not 100% in any good. And what I always say, if we didn't have these global value chains, we wouldn't be here talking about these things, because we wouldn't have computers, we wouldn't have cell phones. You know, these are things that we can afford only to produce only because we have this very complex way to organize production. But these measures that remind us that most of the things that we use currently are the results of a shared production process are not enough, I think. Okay, these are the typical measures you would see everywhere, and are the ones that I showed you in the pictures before. But I don't think that this is enough to understand exactly how the process works and how trade policy is affecting these processes. Because the structure of a global value chain is crucial to understand who has the power of setting prices, the power of choosing suppliers, the power of getting to markets, etc., etc. So how do we measure this type of complex structure? The typical measures that we see in most of the reports are probably not enough, because what these measures do is simply tell us the share that is on one side of this dash, the blue line, and the part that is on the other side of the line. It's important, I think, to have a better representation of this complexity and this organization. Now, global value chains are not chains, they are networks. And this is one way to go to have a better representation of these types of objects, I think. I have been working on network analysis applied to international trade for quite some time now, very much with Luca De Benedictis, who's co-authored of a number of the works that we have been doing together. And I really think that we should even have a change in the language and move from talking about global value chains as a sequence of stages and steps to global value networks, because we have different spots, different nodes being connected in a production process. Production processes do not take place sequentially. Sometimes they do, but many times they don't. But they are organized in a much more complex way. So using network representation and network analysis provides, I think, a more effective picture of what really these production processes are about. The literature on considering global value chains as networks and applying network analysis to this type of frameworks is expanding. Here I have quoted some of the work that have come out in the last 10 years or so about these issues, and a little advertisement here. With Luca, we have been writing a chapter for the Handbook of Global Value Chains specifically on network analysis applied to this, because we think that this is really something worth looking at. Now, we are not, of course, the only one thinking about it. As I said, the number of authors publishing on this with this type of approach has been expanding, and even in the World Bank Global Value Chain Development Report, we see that global value chains do not appear as a sequence of steps, but in fact as networks, as a set of production nodes connected to each other in different ways. Why do I think that this is useful, and is especially useful in terms of trade policy? Because in order to address some of the issues that have been raised about global value chains in the recent past, is very important not only to understand the share of who's producing what, but really who's at the core of the network, who is the one that is able to organize the production process, who's the one that is able to switch suppliers when it's necessary. And as I was saying, this is an issue that has become more and more central in the debate, much before the current state of affairs and the current trade wars. Now, at the beginning, as I said, global value chains were developed especially by firms seeking to produce in a cheaper way or in a more efficient way. Okay? Firms were looking for production locations in which specific inputs were available, where specific skills needed in a specific stage of production were available. The fact that trade costs were lowered, that trade barriers were low, allowed to exploit these cheaper locations. And initially, really, global value chains were to some extent disregarded by trade policy and by, say, at the country level in many ways. But what happened in the more recent past is that it became clear, as I said, that global value chains do shape international trade. Inevitably, if you belong to a production chain, as I said, to export you need to import. Therefore, this has an impact, for instance, on your trade balance, because the trade balance depends very much on the position that you have in a global value chains. If you have a specific need of a crucial input because you are in a production chain to produce a given good, you are in a position in which your dependency from a given country might increase. A number of issues started to be raised about the way in which global value chains occur. So, the idea that trade, exporting automatically produces some effects started to be debated. And I think that a crucial turning point in this respect was the great financial crisis back in 2008, 2009. At the time, a number of papers were written to try to understand whether the unprecedented decline in trade in 2009, trade declined by 20% in value and more than 12% in volume, something unprecedented since World War II. Everyone was shocked to see such a drop in trade. There were many researchers and papers done to try to understand what caused a shock to be so large. 1/5 of the trade value disappearing in 1 year was something really relevant. And many people started to look precisely at global value chains. Were they responsible to amplify these ups and downs in international trade? So global value chains started to be seen not only as a mean to obtain cheaper goods in an efficient way by crossing national borders, but started to be seen as something that can really affect in a deeper way the national economy. So is it good to have long global value chains? Is it good to be directly exposed to shocks coming from the other side of the world? There were other episodes besides the great financial crisis. The earthquake in Japan a couple of years earlier that disrupted production of certain electronic components, or other episodes like that. So the issue of being so interdependent started to be questioned, I think, back then. And also, this idea of dependency from countries that might change their policies started to be discussed. Now, this issue, I think, has been a little bit not considered too much when we knew that we had a multilateral system that was organizing trade. I think that the role of having a multilateral system of rules that really allows firms to know how trade is organized is even more crucial in presence of global value chains. Because it is true that if you want to export in another country, you need to know the rules of the game and to know the barriers that you will face when you get there. But this is even more important to know that things won't change overnight if you are depending on supplies coming from abroad. So the fact that we have a stable or unstable international trading system, it's even more crucial in presence of global value chains. So what happened is that as the world became more unstable in this current century, the idea of being so interdependent started to be perceived by at least some countries not only as an advantage and as an exploitation of comparative advantages and so on, but also as a potential threat. And from this, the starting of discussions about strategic autonomy and the like. And this was before the current trade wars, I would say. Also, another issue that became increasingly relevant in the discussion about global value chain is the political attitude toward global value chains. Global value chains, as I said, started not only to be perceived as an efficiency gain, but also as a way in which firms were exploiting workers in some countries because they were able to produce paying lower wages, and were able to exploit the environment in countries where environmental regulation were less strict, etc., etc. So in some situations, even before the current outlook, there was a political backlash to some extent against global value chains. Now, to tackle all these issues, to try to address these points and to understand which policies can be used and how things could be changed and organized, is very important to have a very good picture of how global value chains are formed and they are organized. It's not enough at all to have measures that simply tell you which is the share of domestic value added and which is the share of foreign value added. You need to have information about a number of other elements in global value chains. This is why I think it's very important to move beyond the current measurements. Now, of course, network analysis can provide some answers to this point, a little bit. Not everything can be done, of course, but something can, a better picture can be provided. So, for example, there have been analyses trying to understand whether global value chains are expanding or shrinking, and this is important to understand if we are moving to countries that are close and somehow we know about and we can trust in terms of the policy and the market access they provide, or whether we are moving to countries we know nothing about, whose policies can be changed overnight, etc., etc. So whether global value chains are expanding geographically or shrinking geographically is one of the points that some reports and analyses try to measure. Here you see a picture, and it's very difficult to understand if there is a trend. I worked with some co-authors on a paper that precisely tried to apply the geographical extension of global value chains using network analysis and using different network indicators. We built global value chains, or better, global value networks, and introduced a geographical dimension according to the geographical distance of the different countries involved. And the conclusion of this work, for example, is that it's very difficult to infer a general trend because it's not really a matter of distance. Trade costs in normal situations, when we don't have specific bottlenecks or specific disruption, trade costs have become so irrelevant in firms' decisions in many ways that it's very difficult to find a trend. And things, thank you so much, Donato, and things have been different for different sectors. What we find in this specific work is that there are industries in which the length, the geographical extension of global value networks has been expanding, and it has been shrinking in others. For instance, in car production, there has been an expansion. In apparel production, there was, in our analysis, there was a shrinking. Now, of course, one thing that I haven't mentioned so far is the elephant in the room, which is China, or the dragon in the room, if you want. Now, when we look at measures of anything in trade today, China has a very, very strong impact, okay? And this is one of the issues that we need to keep in mind when we want to understand what is happening. This is why I also think that, you know, measures, the way they've been developed, are not enough. Because it's really different to say that something has changed because the system has changed, or something has changed because of one country that has disrupted the occurring patterns, okay? What we observe in many of these trends is that world trade, World Organization of Global Value Chains, and the like have been affected deeply by the choices made specifically by China. China has a role in international trade and in the world economy that is proportional to in many ways, to its size. So what China does affects things. And this is why I think there is another element that network analysis can bring into the picture, which is crucial, which is the role of countries in terms of centrality, okay? This is a picture that has been taken from the World Bank WTO Global Value Chains Development Report of 2023. This is the last that has been published so far. Another one is coming soon. And as I was saying, the idea of looking at global value chains considering not only the proportion of value added produced in one location versus value added produced in another is becoming more and more important. What they show here is that the whole issue about dependencies, about autonomy, etc., is very much related to the type of path connecting one node, one country, or one sector to another. What they show here is, of course, that to go from country A to country G in organizing a production chain, if you have this type of organization, can follow many paths. Many of these paths can go through node D. If node D is a country that is disrupted by some event, Ukraine or Russia or something else, you might need to have different paths. And network analysis allows to have this type of consideration. If D is China, for example, the country that is crucial in a number of things, you might decide how costly, how long is a path that goes from one node to the other, avoiding to go through specifically, for instance, node D. So I'm better understanding the role, and not only the weight, but the role of different components of a global value chain is crucial, also in terms of figuring out appropriate trade policies. In this respect, I think that really network analysis can be useful, can provide a number of potential indicators, using different measures of centrality. And the reason why this can be useful is that centrality in network analysis does not only count the number of links that a country has. Both the United States and China, but most European countries have an extremely large number of trade partners. They trade with nearly every other country in the world. So it's not only the number of partners that you have, but is the role and the way in which countries are connected to each other. The advantage of using centrality measures applied to networks is to understand whether indeed a node is a crucial one to pass through, if there are paths that can be avoided, and takes into account the entire structure of the links. I won't get into the technical analysis of centrality, but I think it's important to understand that there are, in network analysis, some measures that take into account not only the direct links that a country has with the rest of the world, but the overall structure of links, going to second-order links, third-order links, and so on. So what matters, indeed, in network analysis for a country to be central is not only how many links you have, but who you are linked to. So if you're linked to relevant countries, or if you're linked to irrelevant countries, of course, the situation change quite dramatically. So this is another element that network analysis can bring to better understand how to organize network, global value chains understanding. And of course, network analysis has been applied in very different fields to understand how vulnerable a network is. And nowadays, this is something that I think is quite crucial. Network analysis has been applied, for example, to airlines or to electric networks and different kind of things. And you can understand what happens if you take one node out of the system. What happens to the international trade system if you take Russia out of the system or another country out of the system. So these are types of analysis that I think can be done, in part have been done, which can suggest a number of useful way to look differently at global value chains. Now, let me move directly to trade policy so that I can move toward conclusion. Now, in this situation, in this new way that we can look at international trade, how relevant are trade barriers and especially non-tariff measures to shape the way in which production and trade are organized? Now, let me really remind something basic here. Tariffs have been used forever to try to limit imports. But countries have been aware for a long time, even much before we started to discuss about global value chains, about the fact that it's not a good idea to put tariffs on inputs, because the effective protection theory reminds us all that if you put tariffs on inputs, you're gonna have more costly production processes, okay? So this is way before global value chains were developed. So this is enough, I think, to remind us all that in a world in which production is based on global value chains, using tariffs is really a bad idea. And if you use tariff, you really don't understand how the world is working today. But having said this, it's important to remember that the situation in global value chains is even worse than with the effective protection theory. Because here we have goods and intermediate inputs crossing borders a number of times. And so the effect of tariffs is piling up to a very large extent. So on the one hand, if the objective of using trade policy is to dismantle global value chains, well, maybe you're very effective. So if the idea is that I don't want to have global value chains anymore, I want only domestic production to occur, well, probably putting tariffs is something that you want to do, regardless of the costs, of course. Okay? I remember what I said a few minutes ago. Half or more than half of the things that we used on a daily basis won't be affordable without global value chains. But they might be indeed very effective in some circumstances. But on the other hand, it's also important to remember this, that global value chains relations are not simple trade relations. They are much, much stricter type of relations. When a firm looks for someone providing an essential input to its production process, or is asking a foreign firm to perform a part of the production process, it has to select the supplier very carefully. It's not simply like buying a general input on the market. So you need to establish a very specific contract, a very specific relation. Somehow you have a bargaining process that allows to decide how you divide the returns from this production, etc., etc. So global value chains relations are not cut as easily and changed as easily as other trade relations. They tend to be much, much more stable, much more resilient than usual type of trade transactions. This implies that a small tariff probably won't do the job. You really need very high tariffs if you want to cut global value chain ties. Okay? So The resilience of global value chains compared to usual trade with respect to trade policy needs to be considered, and it's not obvious, I would say. It's also important to remember that in today's world, until the other month, maybe, non-tariff measures were more relevant, far way more relevant than tariffs. As I reminded a few minutes ago, tariffs have become very low, but non-tariff measures are relevant. They are cost for firms for complying with these measures. There are costs, and therefore, especially when you organize a production process, being compliant with non-tariff measures is crucial. Standards have to be the same, characteristics of the inputs have to be compliant with the requirements, etc., etc. So non-tariff measures can indeed be very, very relevant in this type of world. So barriers do exist, even without tariffs for global value chains. It's not a matter of friendship, of political alliances, if many global value chains have been regional more than global in some sectors. In Europe, for example, because the common regulatory framework facilitates very much. It's not only a matter of removing tariffs. The common regulatory framework is very, very important, very crucial in generating global value chains. And this is certainly crucial, for example, going back to the examples I was giving before, in agricultural and food global value chains, where standards and measures are especially crucial. And another element that we need to remember when we discuss trade policy in this context is the crucial role of elasticity of substitution. We know, again, it's international trade basics, that the way in which the cost of a tariff is split between the importing consumers and the exporting firm really depends on the elasticity of substitution of demand for the good. Now, when we have global value chains, what can we expect about this elasticity of substitution? Now, in general, because of the reasons I was mentioning before, because of the very strong and well-developed ties within a global value chains, elasticity of substitutions tend to be lower than for general trade and for final goods in global value chains. A very specific input for your production cannot easily be substituted for another. This means that tariffs in presence of global value chains are more paid by the importer than, certainly tend to be more paid more by the importer than by the exporter in general. So there are some specific things that I think is worth reminding about this. And finally, there is another issue that is directly related to this. There is a paper that came out a few years ago showing that the effect of tariffs as being inflationary, something that is very much debated these days, is higher in presence of global value chains because of the effective protection argument once again, okay? Because you not only have that the price of the final goods increases. If you increase the cost of production, it's like having a negative supply shock domestically, okay? It's not only that you have less competition, higher prices from abroad, you reduce domestic production and you get a more inflationary effect of tariffs. So trade policy needs to be used with even more caution in presence of global value chains. This is my reading of this type of situation. So this is an analysis that has been done on the impact of tariffs in presence of global value chains, the accumulation effect that I was mentioning before. You see that, of course, this is tend to be quite high when you have this accumulation effect, especially for countries heavily hit by tariffs like China. So indeed, this is an instrument that is even more damaging in presence of tariffs and trade protection in presence of global value chains. Now, last point I want to make is global value chains in today's context cannot avoid some geopolitical consideration, okay? this is something that I think it's a real concern for any economist. Trade policy used to be applied in order to have some economic effect. A very large part of the use of tariffs or other measures really had economic targets in mind, okay? I don't want Japanese cars in my country because this will reduce domestic production of cars. I don't want that good in my country because I want to protect my domestic producer and suppliers of that good. Now, we are increasingly seeing, and this is obvious today, that trade policy is not used to protect the domestic industry, regardless of the cheap talk about it, but is used to punish enemies. This is extremely dangerous, in my view. But not only this, okay, it's also difficult to define trade policy to favor your friends and allies, okay? And this has nothing to do, by the way, with the Trump administration. It's not Trump that talk about friend shoring, which is a terrible word in my view, because who's your friend? Till when? How long? I mean, organize make economic choices based on friendship and political alliances. It has always been done, but I think it's extremely, extremely dangerous. So there is an issue here that goes way beyond economic consideration and the economic effects, that this use of trade policy in this way. And I think this is extremely dangerous. The effects, as I said, are amplified by the presence of global value chains. It's very important to remember, I didn't talk about it explicitly, but some very important and very much involved in this geopolitical discourse, global value chains are the ones of energy and the ones that involve the advanced technologies. Now, energy is so essential for our economies that it has always been at the center of many tensions. We can go back to the oil shocks in the 70s, but even today, many of the tensions are related to energy provision, energy use. Think about, electric cars, the way in which energy is provided. Not only the direct provision of energy is crucial, but global value chains involving energy are really something that is at the core of our economies. And it's very important to understand how to manage this. And the other, of course, part that has become more and more important and in which trade policy needs to be used with a lot of caution is global value chains that are involved high-tech sectors and technological interdependencies. So I think we are managing a very delicate object nowadays. And when we talk about the use of trade policy in a very casual way, we risk indeed to make serious damage. Having said this, as I said, I still think that global value chains are so resilient and so crucial for today's economy that they won't be dismantled by the current trade war. I really think this because economic interests are stronger than any individual administration. And I'm not talking only about economic interests in a, say, negative sense, the big tech or whatever. There are many countries that have been coming out of poverty thanks to their involvement in global value chains that gained immensely from globalization. And they are not ready to give this up at all. They don't want this to occur. So I don't think that it will be easy to dismantle global value chains with trade policy nowadays. But we need to understand how to reorganize the global value chains and how to eventually, if needed, to use trade policy in a very different way than we used to do. Because there are issues. Some of the issues that I addressed earlier, some of the concerns that I addressed about global value chains still are there. For example, the fact that global value chains are impacting the environment or not, it's something that should be considered. The fact that we would need more similar regulations to have smooth and well-working global value chains that indeed provide benefits for all are important. So my reading of the current situation is that 4 years of Trump won't be enough to dismantle the way in which international trade is organized today, but we cannot pretend that the past rules can apply to the current scenario. We really need some rethinking and reorganization of the way in which production and trade relations are occurring today. So more than ever, I think that multilateralism, even if we are far away from it, would be needed if possible. And the final word is, my favorite option, maybe is dreaming today, but my favorite option is that, you know, the European Union should take the lead. We are not close to it, but this is what I hope we can see. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much, Lucia, for this very comprehensive and also crystal clear, I have to say, also for somebody like me who is not a trade economist. So, thank you very much. I think that we have time for questions coming from the floor, if any. Yes, please. I am afraid that we don't have a mic. You have to come here to let the people at home to listen to you. Sorry. Yeah.
We can probably hear you, but if someone is connected, yeah.
First of all, Professor, thank you very much for your lecture. It was very interesting and detailed insight into this topic of global value chains. Actually, I just have one question because I'm interested, like, in this relationship. So you mentioned that global value chains increase the income of countries that participate in this system. But what is happening with countries that do not participate in a particular value chain in this sense? Because if we increase the income of one country, then other country loses in this sense. Is the gap increasing? Maybe is there a way to mitigate this effect? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a very interesting point. And let me clarify a couple of statements that I made. As I was saying, global value chains have fostered countries' participation in world trade and production because it's much easier to produce a part of an engine of a car than to have a full car production. Okay, so just to give you one potential example, there are many emerging and developing countries that won't be able to produce the whole production process of a car, but we're enabled to be involved in car production by producing a part of it, which is much more accessible for many countries. So this is what I meant by saying that global value chains have helped countries to gain prosperity and to be involved in world trade without developing a full-fledged industry, but being involved in the process. Now, is this taking something away from other countries? And this is a very relevant issue. I didn't get too much into these redistribution issues about global value chains. And this is certainly an important concern. Now, of course, if you have a splitted production process, the dividends from this production won't go only to one country, by definition, because if other countries participate to production, they want their share. And the part of value added that is coming from another country will go to that country to a large extent, okay? Now, the point is this, though. Is this occurring at the expenses of someone? To some extent, yes, but not totally at all. Because, as I was saying, if we were to develop and produce domestically computers or cell phones, we would sell probably 1/10 of them because they would be so expensive that, you know, the amount of goods and the amount of value added generated would be much, much smaller. So it is true that the pie is divided, and so you don't get the whole thing, but the pie is so much larger that the net effect might be positive to a large extent. Okay? Of course, the one of redistribution is a very serious issue, because I didn't mention that, but there is a stream of literature discussing the impact of this delocalization of production on specific type of jobs, in specific areas, increasing unemployment, lowering wages for some specific tasks in some areas. And these redistributional issues need to be addressed. Of course, we cannot really pretend that they don't exist. But as we know, as we have been knowing for decades, you don't address these redistributive issues by putting tariffs. Okay? We have seen it even in the former Trump administration to protect some steel jobs in Pennsylvania. Many more jobs were lost in the downstream industries. We know this. So the overall effect needs to be assessed carefully, I think.
Thank you. I was curious because I remember that there was a discussion about the new Trump tariffs, in the sense that, for example, there are countries that are not importing the United States goods, but they are exporting cheap goods to the United States, so it's a negative trade for the USA. But at the same time, tariffs, they want, for example, to impose tariffs to make these countries to buy the USA goods. But some countries like Cambodia, the income is just very low to buy USA goods in this sense, because USA participates in global value chains, but Cambodia not.
Well, you know, a country which is used to be just a little bit higher in terms of development than Cambodia was Vietnam. Vietnam has benefited hugely by participating to global value chains. And I would like to say that also, I think that this is something that history has shown us. No country has benefited in terms of overall employment and growth by putting tariffs. Tariffs at most can be useful to protect a specific industry if you think that that is strategic. But I can't think of one example of a country that has improved the overall average wage level by putting tariffs. And especially in the case of the United States, let me also add this, they are very close to full employment. I don't really see how moving domestic workers to some of the protected sectors can improve the economy, really, honestly, I must say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, Filippo, please.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I made some consideration about this aspect. As you know, in Italy now there is a big concern about some type of product like geographical indication. Geographical indication, not all, but some of them, they put their strategy on export. Wine, cheeses, ham, for instance. And nowadays there is a very big concern about that. So the first question is if some geographical indication can be considered part of the global value chain. That is one aspect. The second aspect, I really like the approach to consider not global value chain, but global value network. But then I think that if we talk about network, we consider a system that is behind a network. And, you know, not all the networks are the same, because in some case we have big firm, some case we have cooperative, in some case there is a constraint with the use of local resources that in somehow generate some constrained in the behavior of the producer and the generation of price. And so when, like now, institution doesn't work, like the WTO, and is a part of the aspect, and I would say some company that are part of these characterized specific network affect the evolution of the global value chain in this context. Context. So how to include the strategy of this company? I think to Lactalis, for instance, that play many sides of the game, in one side and the other side. Is a producer, but also is a trader. And so is, or Cargill, is both of the aspect. I don't know if my question is clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. About geographical indication and global value chains, well, I think that they are not at all contradictory if the two things are put together in a transparent way, in the sense that a typical geographical indication can add value to the entire global value chains. If a global value chain is transparent in highlighting the different steps and the different parts, and it shows that some of them are produced benefiting from typical geographical origins or the like, this might expand, in fact, the benefit to the other parts of the chain. So I don't think that the two aspects are necessarily in contradiction as long as there is transparency about the whole thing. Also, about what you were saying about the power of some firms. You are right. This is a big issue. The issue of market power and market concentration is something that needs to be tackled. And of course, this is one of the redistributive risks that global value chains can generate. But I think that here, well, I don't have a recipe, of course, on this, but I think that this is one of the reasons why we really need good measures about global value chains. And we need data, something that we don't have, unfortunately. And to address your issue, this would be very important, is to have data about firm-level transactions, so to really understand the role of a specific firm within a global value chain. Unfortunately, these are data that we are still lacking. Thank you very much.
Okay. We have Alan Matthews, please. Alan. Oops.
Again, a very short question, Louisa. A wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. My question is, there was a sort of implicit assumption when you were telling us that global value chains imply goods crossing borders several times, that these were transactions taking place between autonomous actors, if you like. So my question is, to what extent do we have evidence that firms are actually investing in these subsequent parts of the chain? In other words, to what extent are these intra-firm flows rather than inter-firm flows? Do we have any data on that? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Another very relevant point that I have did not fully discuss. In fact, as you have highlighted, okay, this type of transactions can occur within the same firm, a multinational firm, or across different firms. Now, in the two types of situations, as far as I remember, I don't remember recent data on this. There are some older data about intra-firm or inter-firm transactions within global value chains. It's more than half that occurs across firms' boundaries, okay? But certainly multinationals play a very big role in this respect within global value chains. Now, this is certainly important to note because the organization of the global value chains and division of power along the chain is very different if you have across firms or within firms. So this is something else that this is another reason why, as I was saying before, I'd love to have firms level transactions to really understand how a global value chain is organized. But this is another element, and thank you for stressing this and bringing this out. This is another reason why I think we really need to develop better measures simply than the share of value added to understand global value chains. Thank you.
Simone Severino. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. Very much appreciated. Also, I'm not an expert, so I learned a lot from your presentation. Now, you say that trade tariff can impact very much negatively global value chain. On the other side, you also say that, of course, many big, powerful, multinational companies are involved in this. So my question is, what's their position of those big multinational companies? Are they fighting the decision of the Trump administration or not? Because if they are affected, my idea is that we'll fight very much this position because they will lose. So my question is whether there is some activities going on from these powerful companies against the decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, who knows, I cannot put the managers of these big firms among my friends, so I cannot really say exactly what is happening. But no, in fact, I think that they are very afraid about this. As you were saying, the ones that will be affected by less well-functioning global markets are, first of all, the big international firms in the US. So I think that the market's reaction to the announcement of April 2nd about the tariffs has shown this very clearly. We don't want this. This is harming big tech. This is potentially harming big tech a lot if Europe takes the reaction of somehow blocking their sales or taxing more their sales in the European Union market. But in general, the big firms benefited a lot from an integrated market. Small firms benefited too, but less than. So I think that, I don't know if we have any direct data about this, but the market reaction and the reason why we don't have tariffs today at 40, 50 or whatever % is precisely that the economic system, I think, sent very strong signals in that respect.
David, please. David Laborde, FAO. I'll do it.
Yes, thanks a lot for the presentation. I have two questions. So you started with the definition of a global value chain, and it doesn't tell about how distant these countries are. And so how we are moving today to global value chain, to regional value chain, and what type of metrics we need. So I would like to hear your view on that. And then also during your presentation, you show the role of services in this distribution of value added. And so my question is, some of this network analysis, do you capture the pattern of trading services, or here also do you think that we can include them to see this centrality for some countries? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. This is, both points are very, very well taken. As I said, I totally agree about the importance of understanding the geographical dispersion of global value chains. There have been some efforts to try to address this. This is something, where is it? Okay, this is something that appeared in the last Global Value Chains Development Report, in which the length has been, or the length of global value chains has been considered looking at the number of countries involved and their geographical distance, okay? So here, a global value chain is lengthening if more countries, more distance more distant are involved. Now, as I was saying, this has a number of shortcomings because one of the reasons why global value chains have been extending in the first decade of this century is the expansion of global value chains between the US and China, which are very far apart geographically, and these, of course, had an impact on the overall measurement. As I was saying, China has always, when we take that into account, a very direct impact on the data that we consider. So the fact of having a lot of production going back and forth between the US and China, covering long distances, had an impact on this. As soon as China started to change its policy to some extent and bring back to the domestic economy a number of production phases, we see this shortening effect in more recent years. So we have this type of issues that, you know, two large countries highly involved in global value chain might affect the measure. What we did in this work I was mentioning with these two co-authors is try to use network analysis to consider all countries involved and considering the network distances, that is the number of steps and the shortest path occurring within a network, which is something measurable using network analysis, but also introducing the geographical distance between the nodes, okay? So in the computation that we did, we use both the concept of shortest path in network terms and we use geography. We didn't get a single result. Results, as I was mentioning, were different across different sectors. We have seen that for some sectors, there's been a geographic expansion, for others, there's not. So this is one way to go, not the only one, certainly. About services, I fully agree with the importance of considering services in network analysis. Now, when we look at value added in many of the goods that we use, a considerable share of that value added is coming from services, right? So even in a computer, to give another example I mentioned a number of times today, well, much of the value is the software that is built in the computer, and this is certainly a service. So if you compute correctly the division of value added in a global value chain, you need to consider the services that are embodied. And something that, for instance, can also be done, and it's typically done, is to use input-output, inter-country input-output matrices to measure global value chains. In input-output tables, you have services, and those should definitely be considered in assessing how a global value chain is organized, I think.
Ja, insieme al Veriskokki.
Thank you for this inspiring and complete detailed presentation. Really. I see that many of the comments or you made can okay, you have examples in many industries, but I'm concerned about the agri-food industry, because agri-food value chains. And this has to do with, partly do with retailers, retailing strategies because also we have it's very complex, so we have industries, the industries also, the food industry also, they have inputs which are not food, and also for their, but the strategies of food retailers are really relevant at least in our context, let's say European context. I don't know if you can have something to say. Thank you.
Thank you. This is another very important remark, I think. In global value chain analysis, as I said, I think it's very important to understand not only the share of value added coming from one country and coming from another country, but it's very important to understand how the total value added that you have at the end of the process is distributed. So how much in terms of value added every step contributes to. And typically there is a representation of this distribution of value added and the returns from this production process that is called the smile curve. Possibly many of you heard about it. The smile curve shows that the higher amount of value added in a global value chain is in the first and last stages. So we have a curve that is an inverse parabola, basically like a smile, in which the largest share of value added is with the ones that are shaping, inventing, doing research and development on the product, the very early stages, and the distributors at the end, okay, the ones that put the whole thing together and distribute it. And this is generally true for nearly every sector. So I totally agree with this idea, and this is certainly the case for the food industry, that distributors have a very high amount of power and value added and returns in participating to these global value chains, especially in the case of food. Also because and this is another crucial element, I think, that should be further studied in understanding global value chains. The reason why there is a lot of power in the case of distributors, in the case of the food industry, for example, is that there is a very high market concentration, while suppliers are much more much less concentrated, they have much less market power, okay? So this is another crucial element, because one of the reasons behind the smile curve is precisely the level of competition and concentration of market power that you typically have in research and development, for instance, in some industries, which tend to be highly concentrated because of economies of scale effects, etc., and in the distribution, there again. So the fact that they keep the process together and they have a lot of market power is probably related to this. Intermediate suppliers tend to be much more fractioned, small, in competition with each other, and have much less market power. This is certainly important to keep in mind when considering the overall shape. So, you know, when I was showing before this picture, okay, a central node in network term needs not to be central in the sense of being in the middle of the process. A central node in network terms can be the hub toward which, or the authority toward which everyone goes to, okay? In network analysis, centrality can be measured in terms of hubs connected to everyone toward the outside, or authorities receiving from everyone. In retail chains, in food, we would say that they are the authority of the network.
Okay, any other comment or question? No? May I make just the very last one? You know, this is the lay people question, okay? So, I'm also convinced that most of the decisions that are made by the Trump administration have nothing to do with economics at all. I'm not saying that this does not have economic impact, of course. It has tremendous, dramatic, negative impact, but has nothing to do with that. And you hinted it at in the very last slide when you say, you know, this issue of geographic river risk, you know, this French shoring, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And actually, the very objective is, first, to dismantle the global economic order, which was not in a good shape, indeed, only just before, but you know, it is successful in doing that. And it has also some domestic policy, politics, you know, reasons, but also try to hit one of the major competitors, this the European Union, that is also politically very weak. And actually what we have here, it is clear, because as you correctly say, it is not just a matter of tariff, it is a matter also of non-tariff barriers, the regulatory system, and you know, if you look at how they are moving towards Europe, that's exactly what they want to do over there. So, I appreciate very much, you know, your very polite statement at the end when you say that the Europeans should take the lead. If you were, you know, if you were the advisor of Ursula von der Leyen and and assuming, which is not granted at all, that they will listen to you, what you would suggest to her, you know, to be strong or keep going with this appeasement, you know, politics. So,
Donato, I thought you were my friend. You should not. No, seriously, my point of view, if I were to give advice, is keep the point, keep strong, don't give in. I thought that giving in about the minimum tax was a big mistake. I think that, you know, what I read on the newspapers today is that, you know, they say, we keep negotiating, but countermeasures are ready. I think that this should exactly be done. I think that it's very important to remember that the European Union is one of the largest and richest markets in the world. Big tech in the US cannot afford to lose the European market. On the other hand, we had a very bad strategy in the sense that we cannot say, well, we will use our own big tech industry because we don't have one yet, right? So we are not in a super strong position in that respect. But we should negotiate much, much more vigorously our position as the richest and largest market in the world. On that, I totally agree. There is one big thing, and let me say this very clearly, that is hindering European Union response. Internal divisions, we know it. We know it, but not only from a purely political point of view. I believe that one of the reasons why we are not able to say, keep your own Google or Amazon because we have our own, one of the reasons why this has not happened is that inevitably this type of industries require large scale. And unfortunately, the European industrial policy so far wanted to make every individual country happy. We cannot have one big tech, one big pharma tech, and so on in Europe because every single country wants its own. You should be ready as a country to give up pharma, but you will have something else. If we don't move up to this level, we won't make it. This is my personal opinion on this.
Yeah. So it is not just the common agricultural policy, which is a mess. Okay. Good. Okay. So thank you very much for this really interesting, and also for the time that you take, in answering all those questions. It was not just because we want to, to be sure that Antoine Bouet landed. Actually, he landed. So it is on the way. That's good news. Now, I would suggest that we go for the coffee break over there. Then we will listen to Alex McCullough interview, giving, the time to Antoine to come here, and then we will have in the last part of the morning Antoine's speech. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you to all for listening.
Gentlemen. Okay. So, Rosanna, Maria Rosaria, ladies. Okay, when you're ready. Okay, so now we will watch the video of the interview made by Colin Carter to Alex McCullough. For the ones, especially the youngsters who do not know who Alex McCullough is, Alex McCullough is a professor emeritus at the University of California, Davis. He has been Giovanni Sanania supervisor, later also co-author to Giovanni. For the ones of my generation, we study on a quite famous manual on agri-food trade by Alex McCullough and Tim Josling, I guess it was. There was also a team. And he spent also, I would say, at least 5 years at the World Bank as a head of the agricultural trade division or department. I don't remember what is the exact name. Just to remember, one of the main contributions Alec made, he was probably the first starting talking about imperfect competition in agri-food trade. So it was ages ago. And my personal remembering of Alex is when already quite old, he decided to come for the first edition of the Giovanni Anania Summer School to pay tribute to Giovanni here. And it was fantastic. Such a bright guy, despite the age. And the image that I have in my mind is how much he likes ice creams. Fantastic. Anyway, Colin Carter was much younger, but even he is retired by now. And both of them are fellows of the American Association. Colin was slightly older than Giovanni, but it was more or less the same age. They spent a lot of time together at the University of Davis, in California, Davis. And also, Colin is now professor emeritus at Davis. He also is another trade economist, and so he is probably the best person that could bridge between Giovanni and Alex. So I speak also too much. I guess that now we can switch to this video. So please start the recording. Sì, prego, possiamo partire okay.
Yes, good day. My name is Colin Carter. I'm at the University of California in Davis. And I want to thank Luca for organizing the symposium in Giovanni's honor. And it's my pleasure today to be with Professor Alex McCullough from the University of California, Davis. Professor McCullough, you were Giovanni's PhD thesis advisor and his mentor. You worked with him on international agricultural trade issues. Please tell us a little bit about Giovanni's many talents as a student and then as a co-author.
Thank you, Colin. It was a great pleasure to work with Giovanni for many years. I remember that when I was a member of the Graduate Administrative Committee at Davis in the early 1980s, I was participating in the review of incoming students and was impressed by his resume and his work he'd been doing at Essex and other places. So I was pleased to meet him and serve as his advisor because as a member of the GAC, you were also an advisor and I had alphabet A to G. So Giovanni was certainly in that group. He struck me from the beginning as being a very mature student, as someone who was very talented in terms of thinking conceptually about things. He was a theorist in some sense, more so than many students I met. He had a very good grasp of economic theory. He was very articulate. He wrote well. He talked well. He was just an exciting guy to get to know. And the more I learned of him and worked with him, I never taught him in class, but when he came, I was engaged heavily with Tim Josling writing a book on agricultural policies and world markets, which was very much in his interest. And I think he had already read my paper on pricing in the world wheat market. So he was a theorist and very strongly interested in how markets worked and what the role of policy was in markets. He wasn't just a theory building trade models, but he wanted to build how policy was linked into international trade and how domestic policy influenced trade. And that was very much consistent with what I was doing.
Oh, thank you, Alex. That's very interesting. And I guess it was fortunate for both Giovanni and yourself that his surname started with an A. That's a great story. So Alex, Professor McCall, it's very difficult to summarize Giovanni's many research contributions, but can you please just take a few minutes to share with us some of the highlights of Giovanni's professional career?
Well, that's very difficult to do. While I was waiting for your call, I punched up his name on Google, and he turned up with a 40 publication list, and I couldn't remember all the things he'd done. But always he was interested in how do you model relationships between domestic policy and international trade. So early on, he was interested in GATT, and he involved, as you well know, in a conference in Calabria in 1993 on North American and European things, which resulted in a book called Agricultural Trade Conflicts in GATT. And again, in 10 years later, another conference in Capri, you also remember, agricultural policy reform in the WTO. So always the interest was on analytical and conceptually modeling how public policy and national programs impacted on international markets, and how did you go about analyzing that? Simply, it wasn't a free trade model because it was not free trade. But and over the years, I think he became interested more and more in applying those notions. Because I remember for a while worked on bananas, did some banana modeling, and I also remember that he at other points in time was working with olive oil. So he was not dissociated from the real market, but he was always at it conceptually. I think that while he was at Davis, he took a trade course from Leon Wege, which I also sat in on about the same time, which was a fascinating course on how do you set up international trade models.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Yeah, he had a huge impact on our profession, and many of the topics Giovanni was interested in are still relevant today. It's just sad he's no longer with us. So finally, Professor McCalla, apart from the professional side, I know that you and your wife Phyllis were very close personal friends with Giovanni and Margherita. Can you please share a few special memories that you have when you spent time with Giovanni and Margherita?
Well, I can remember two. I can remember them visiting us in Dixon. And I particularly remember when Phyllis and I had taken a cruise on the Mediterranean, and I don't remember the exact year, but it would have been probably 2010 or 2011, something like that. And we got off the boat in Malta, and we flew and spent a weekend, or actually 4 or 5 days, with Giovanni and Margherita in Calabria, and did some very interesting things, touring, but mainly visited and enjoyed the company. They were an incredible couple. She was a mathematician, and he was an economist, and but they had very, very strong interests in all the things that were going on in terms of developments in the European community and in trade generally. And I can remember one day that Giovanni said he was going to take us to a new restaurant, and he got on the car with Margarita, and we went, and he went looking for the restaurant. He couldn't find it, and when he did finally find it, it was closed. And it was very interesting that she was trying hard not to be angry with him, but she was clearly letting him know that he hadn't done his homework about figuring out where the restaurant was. But I liked them as a couple. It was a great loss when we lost him. And I'd seen him just recently before that. And then, of course, we lost Margarita the year later than that. So,
yeah, it was a big shock, wasn't it? And yeah, I love that story. It would almost be impossible to be mad at Giovanni. So, Professor McCullough, thank you for sharing those thoughts, and what a beautiful tribute to our friend Giovanni.
Basta che mette la USB qua.
Okay.
Facile. Welcome, Antoine. A very long trip.
Yes. Yeah.
It happens.
If you have your USB key, you can put it just here. Is it fine?
Yeah, take your time.
Don't rush,
worry.
take your
Don't
time.
worry. Take your time. I've been waiting.
Yeah.
We have, yeah. funziona, ma dice che le aveva mandate le cose. Chi ce l'ha? Non è caricato là sopra.
true, but we can separate the two periods of times, I think. And what I'm going to do is to try to measure the impact on GDP, trade, because it's important to understand what could be the economic shock coming from this. Of course, there are many other things that are happening right now, and it's, of course, what I'm not going to do is to also to measure the impact of the one big beautiful bill and other things like this, and the migrations policies and other things like this. I'm going to focus on US protectionism. And of course, it is important to try to have some recommendation from this study with respect to the current situations. And in particular, can we consider that there will be a return to the situation on April 2nd, the peak of protectionism? Or can we consider that the pause is going to last, and so we are close to the second scenario? And I will finish with EU retaliations, which is an important topic, very difficult to understand and to find the right response. So these are Donald Trump's objectives, I think, in terms of protectionism. So I'm not going to comment in details all this. So the first, I think, obsessions of Donald Trump is the trade deficit. It did not happen after tariffs implemented in 2018, 2019. The trade deficit deteriorated, on the contrary. I have also questions about, is it a real concern for the US? Of course, on a very, very long term, it is a concern, but I think that it's not exactly the same case as other countries that do not emit the international currency. If you want to improve the trade deficit, I think that you have to do it on a multilateral basis and not a bilateral basis. Of course, this is something that we can comment. And of course, we have now the one big beautiful bill, which implies an increase in the public deficit, which means that the level of absorption in the US will be much greater than savings, and it means that I do not know how the trade deficit cannot increase, cannot deteriorate further. The second objective is reindustrialization. So Donald Trump has a big concern on that, to protect local firms from foreign competitions. But of course, it means that if you want to protect domestic firms, you implement some tariffs, but it increases prices, domestic prices, and it's contradictory with the statements of Donald Trump, who very frequently says that the domestic prices in the US are not going to rise because of the tariffs. Well, if you look at the tariff implemented during the first mandate of Donald Trump, you see from the references that you have here that in fact domestic prices have increased a lot. In fact, the pass-through is almost complete from tariffs to domestic prices. So it means that we could expect some inflation from tariffs, US tariffs. The fact is that there is also another element that we must consider. It's the tariff jumping argument. Well, if you do not want to export to the US because there are high tariffs, one strategy may be to implement some factory on the domestic market and directly sell your products on the US markets. It did not happen in 2018, 2019. I would like to say that I cannot understand how multinational firms can consider a strategy of foreign direct investment in the US today with the level of uncertainty that exists, in particular, not only in terms of trade policy. So you sell cars, you consider a strategy of implementing a factory that fabricates cars in the US, but you are not sure that the 25% augmentations of tariffs will remain. So of course, it puts your strategy, it questions your strategy, of course. So, and of course, it also tariffs on inputs that can increase. And also there is questions about the uncertainty about the budget, the US budget, the inflations, the independence of the Federal Reserve, and so on. We also know that US tariffs did not create jobs in the US in 2018-2019 during the first mandate of Donald Trump in industry. You have a very interesting article from David Autor, David Dorn, and Gordon Hanson in 2024 that show that this US tariff did not create jobs considering commuting zones. So it's really interesting. But elsewhere, it created jobs. So for example, in Brazil, it created jobs. It's the tariff war between US and China that created jobs in Brazil. It was not the objective, I think, of Donald Trump. It can raise public revenues, of course, but not by much, because, you know, tariff revenue in the US is between $60 billion and $100 million traditionally. The federal income tax is $2,600 billion. So you cannot compensate the federal income tax. It was, in fact, mentioned during the presidential campaign, but it cannot happen. Of course, you can punish foreign countries, because foreign countries, and especially China, as for the US, unfair trade practices. So this is something that I think is relatively a consensus in the US, that China has unfair trade practices. But unfortunately, what happened in 2018-2019, it has been shown by Laura Alfaro and David Shore, the fact that Chinese firms organized some foreign direct investment in India, Vietnam, Malaysia, Mexico, in order to export goods to the US. So it doesn't work well. And there is one argument that I think remains. It's the fact that US want to make foreign countries pay for international public good, for in particular the military protection. Of course, what happens is that you punish foreign countries, but the tariffs are paid by US households and US firms. So I don't think it's really a good idea. Another international public good offered by the US is, of course, the dollar. And the last characteristic of Donald Trump, it may be part of our discussions, is the fact that it does not respect WTO principles. In particular because reciprocal tariffs are differentiated from one trading partner to another, and also the fact that it did not respect the schedules of concession. So these are the policy decisions adopted between January 20 and April 2nd. All these decisions are protectionist decisions. There are also some retaliations from China. I'm not going to mention all these decisions, but this is S1, a first scenario, all the protectionist decisions that have been taken between Inauguration Day and Liberation Day. And then after, you had some relatively liberal decision taken after April 2nd, and this is a package of decisions from the US and also from China that I name S2, and I'm going to try to evaluate the impact of these two packages of decisions. So of course now we have last week a lot of new announcements. More tariffs on Japan and South Korea, on copper, on pharmaceutical goods. It's absurd. But you have on Canada, we don't know if the rules of origin are considered in this tariff. Well, there is one tariff which is really surprising, is the tariff on Brazil, because it's an augmentation by 50 percentage points of tariffs on Brazilian goods. And the reason is that it's for attacking free speech. So it's a new dimension of the US protectionism. It's not only related to economic policy, but also to political decisions. So the summary, it's S1, it's all the decisions from January 20 to April 2nd. New tariffs on China, Canada, Mexico, new tariffs on steel, aluminium, and cars, reciprocal tariffs on 57 countries. And these tariffs were from 10 pp to 50 pp. So it's, in fact, it's additional tariffs with 10 pp on all other trading partners. There were some exemptions for several products. And S2, it's a scenario with all the decisions taken between April 2nd and June. And of course, there is the pause in the implementations of the reciprocal tariff. And the tariff war between China and US was stopped with the China-US deals, and there were some exemptions for several products. It looks like right now, if we consider the announcement that have been made last week, we return to a situation close to S1, not exactly, but close to S1. But maybe it will not be the case. Maybe Trump always chicken out. This is the new expressions in Washington, D.C. Maybe he will not apply the announcement made last week, and we will be in a situations close to S2. So we use MacMap HS6, which is a detailed database that David knows very well. So it includes customs duty for 2022 for many countries, many products, many exporting countries. The idea is to measure protection on a bilateral basis in order to take into account all regional agreements and trade preferences. And we use a multi-sector, multi-regional computable general equilibrium model developed by CEPI with imperfect competition in industry. It's a dynamic CGE model. And it is based on disaggregation on 24 countries and 38 sectors. So this is the evolutions of protectionism. So it's the average custom duty in the US. First, on January, before January 20, it's 5%, with a weighing scheme that is relatively consistent. So it's not a simple average of customs duty. It's something that we have worked a lot on. So 5% before January 20, then 24% on April 2nd. So the protections has been multiplied by almost 5. And then with the pause, we have a protectionism which is about 16%. Okay, so it means that we have a new orientations of US trade policy since April 3rd, but it's not a return to the initial position, because right now we can consider that the level of US protectionism is 3 times more higher than before January 20. This is the impact of scenario S1 in blue, so all the very protectionist decision. And S2, we take into account all the decisions with, of course, the pause. I look at GDP in real terms by country, and in 2040, in order to capture all the long-term effects with all the adjustments that will be completed on every market. So you see that for Canada and Mexico, it's a big deal. In fact, for Mexico, it's a big deal. It's a big deal because for both countries, because between 70 and 80% of their exports are going to the US. Of course, there is the questions that we don't know in the last week announcement if respect of rules of origins will be included in the new tariff, if there is a new tariff. But in fact, on January, February, there was the announcement of a tariff on Canada and Mexico, on products coming from Canada and Mexico, with exceptions on energy products from Canada. But after that, there was the case for products coming into the US and respecting the rules of origin of the USMCA agreement will be exempted from tariffs. So I'm not completely satisfied with this because, in fact, we looked at the degree of respect of preferences last year. And of course, it will be endogenous because if there is high duties, for example, producers from Mexico will try to respect much more the rules of origins. But what I mean is that it is a big concern for both countries. Second, in fact, S2 is worse than S1. It can be surprising because S2 is more protectionist, a more protectionist scenario. In fact, what happens is that the US tariff on Canada and Mexico do not change between S1 and S2. In fact, this is the US tariffs on other countries. And on other countries, in S2, it's better for the other countries. So it means that for Canada and Mexico, it's worse because the level of trade depends on the relative trade barriers and not the absolute trade barriers. For the US and China, the consequences is about 1% of loss of GDP. It's more than 1% for the US, in S1 in particular. So it doesn't work because tariffs increases domestic prices. There is, of course, a loss of competitiveness of US firms, a loss of purchasing power by US households. It doesn't compensate new public revenues. So we have a loss, and there are some retaliations. So it means that it's not good for the US GDP. And for China, China is very much concerned by the US protectionism, but with high tariffs. So it means that the loss of GDP in China is relatively important. In Europe, it's moderate impact, except Germany. Moderate impact on France, Italy, Spain. In fact, in France, we have only 8% of our exports that are going to the US. Most of the exports of European countries go to other European countries, okay? For Germany, it's much more a concern, and the reason is that the tariffs on cars is 25%. And the car industry is very important in Germany because it's about 10% of GDP, while in France, for example, it's only 3%. So it's a big concern for Germany. And with the announcement last week of tariffs on EU of 30 percentage points, additional tariff, we can expect that the impact on Germany will be a loss of more than 1% of GDP. Now I look at the impact by sectors. It's value added in real terms. So you have the sectors that are at the bottom of the table. You have the sectors that have been included in the Mirage model, and I have aggregated the results for large sector, agriculture and food, energy and mining, industry and services, in order to show you some general trends. So if you look at the US, what is interesting is that there is a reindustrialization of the US. because activity increases by 3.6%, but it decreases in agriculture and food, energy and mining, and services. In my mind, I think that the comparative advantages of the US are in agriculture and food, energy and mining, and services. This is a very innovative country, so it innovates in new products, but it fabricates these new products abroad. Okay, so it's a strategy. It's not, of course, systematic, but it's a general trend. So what my conclusion is that it is not a natural specializations of the US to do more industry and less agriculture and food, energy and mining and services. And of course, in other countries, it means that activity in industry decreases, in particular in Germany and in particular in China. And of course, rest of EU. So you have many small countries in the EU that depends on industrial activity in Germany. And of course, they are very much affected by this decrease of activity in Germany. Now you see that the sectors where there is more activity in the US, it's textile and apparel and electrical equipment. So some goods that the US used to produce abroad, in particular in Mexico, in China, in Vietnam, and so on. So it means that, and it is 40.2% in textile, but it is based on a relatively small number. So, but it means that it is a substantial rate of augmentation. Concerning vehicles and parts and pharmacy, there is a decrease in activity. Of course, because pharmacy, for example, is not protected in the S1. So all this scenario is S1. You have S2 on the right side. And you see that it means that protectionism in the US is going to make US workers work in electrical equipment and textile and apparel, and less in other sectors like pharmacy and transport and vehicles and parts. So in Europe, the big concern is vehicles and parts. In Germany, the activity is decreased by more than 8%. And in France, it is transportation equipment because you have the aeronautic sector, which is much affected by this tariff. And in China, you have more activity in vehicles and parts, transportation equipment and pharmacy, and less in electrical equipment and textile. So in the US, you have all agricultural sectors that are affected. And the reason is that there are some retaliations, in particular from China. And so there is a loss of activity in agriculture. In services, it's normal because there is no more protection in the services sector. So the protection is in industry and agriculture, but in agriculture you have important retaliation. So the impact on compensation of productive factors, it's good for the real return to capital. It's bad for wages. So it's not very MAGA, but it's the implications of this. The reason is that its industry is capital intensive, so there is an increase in activity in industry. And between skilled and unskilled wages, you remember that the textile and wearing apparel is increasing a lot of its activity, so it offsets the general trend on unskilled real wages. In terms of total tariff revenue, the augmentation of tariff revenue allowed by this scenario is something like $171 billion or $123 billion if we consider S2. So it will not offset a decrease or an elimination of the federal income tax, which is again, $2,600 billion. So the main results today, US protectionism is higher than before January 20, but lower than on Liberation Day. Stakes are very high for the US, China, Canada, and Mexico, and within EU for Germany. It will imply a partial reindustrialization in the US at the detrimental of agriculture and services. Uncertainty is not taken into account in this model. So you can certainly, well, I had the conversations with Ralph Ossa. He had the CGA model with uncertainty. And uncertainty increases by half the negative impact on GDP. So instead of 1% of loss for US GDP, it would be 1.5%, something like this. We can talk about how to include uncertainty in CGE models. It's a complex issue. So what should the EU do? If you look at the economic theory of trade retaliations, so there was a lot of papers on optimum tariffs and the trade war between large countries. Harry Johnson, of course, but also Gabriel Ferbermeyer and Mario Larch, and Ralph Ossa in 2014. The conclusions is that between large countries, a trade war ends in losses for, in terms of welfare for both countries. Large countries can gain in a war with a small country, and the small country will lose. In fact, if we look at the study by Ossa, we see that optimum tariffs are much higher than the one that Trump considers today, because it is between 60 and 70%. So optimum tariffs are very, very high. And honestly, I don't think that the US is implementing a tariff optimum strategy today. It's related, I don't know what is in the mind of Donald Trump, but it's related to the objective that I have mentioned earlier. There is also a large literature on strategic trade policy with imperfect competitions. Same conclusion. So it's not exactly tariffs, it's export subsidies and production subsidies. But you have the same conclusion, the fact that all countries lose from a war, for example, of export subsidies. There is a reputation effect that you can create. And I think that it happens with China today. China systematically retaliates immediately. So right now, we know that if we implement some tariffs on China's products, China will automatically react. Okay, so it's a reputation effect, and you can use incomplete information Bayesian game in order to show that it works. We did with David something which is not exactly the same thing, but when you have incomplete information, it can completely change the policy results of confrontations between two countries. So I think that it is not very conclusive, this literature. I can only give some elements of that we can consider for the EU strategy. First, of course, there is this reputation effect, which is really important. I also think that there is a political dimension. For example, the French president wants to appear as a tough president. He says that we have to retaliate systematically and by the same proportion, okay? So I think that there is a political economy dimension. I think that we have to make a distinction between permanent and temporary US tariffs, because why should EU retaliate? It is to push the United States to remove its tariff. Because if you implement some tariffs in the EU, it's detrimental to the European economy. So we expect something from this strategy. It is to push the US to not to implement new tariffs. If you consider the tariffs that have been applied by Trump, you have the reciprocal tariff, the tariffs on steel and aluminium, the tariffs on cars. I think the EU should retaliate on all these tariffs because it's pressure on trading partners in order to obtain some trade concessions. Now there is the fact that there is a 10 pp augmentations of all tariffs on all products on all countries, and I think it's permanent protection. So we should not, or maybe we should consider not to retaliate against this tariff, and this is because we cannot obtain a remove of this tariff. We have to consider also the products that we are going to put tariff on. At CEPI, we have established a negative list of products on which EU is too much dependent on the US. So it's really important for value chain in Europe not to put tariffs on these products. And there is also a positive list of products that we can consider, in particular because the EU is an important destination market for US producers. In the long term, I think that we have to diversify. So for example, I have a dialogue with people from the beverages and alcohol industry in France. They are too much concentrated in the US. I am from Cognac, which is a famous brandy, but 95% of the production of Cognac is exported, and more than half of these exports are towards the US, and 20% to China, which has just put some anti-dumping duties. So these producers are too much concentrated. They have to diversify. And of course, it's not systematically possible, in particular for aeronautics, because not all countries construct, build airplanes. But the diversifications is a really important issue. And I think that the EU has to sign new free trade agreement and have also to consider more trade integration within the EU. And of course, if EU retaliates, it has to do it according to the W principle. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. Very interesting and not very far. I mean, this is empirical part of one of the conclusions that we had from the previous speech. So now it's time for comments or questions from the floor. Oh, yeah, ladies first. Lucia. Yes, please, Lucia, because I don't think that we have. Yeah, and then Jonathan. Yeah. Lucia Taioli.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting and very stimulating presentation. I have a number of questions, but I will only ask two. One has to do with the effects that you were showing for the US domestic market across sectors, very different effects. And I think that you were showing an expansion of textile and apparel and something else. And I think that, I don't know whether you have these results in the model, but a shift toward less technologically advanced sectors, which might come from bringing back production from abroad, as you were mentioning, so shrinking global value chains, we were discussing this in the earlier presentation, might have also negative impact on income distribution. I don't know if you have any results about average income or anything like that, average wages in the US, and I was curious about that. And the other thing is something else that you were mentioning, which I think is very interesting, and is also connected to a point I was making before, the Airbus versus Boeing case. That is not, in my mind, the trade policy or protectionism, is industrial policy, Airbus. And when we were discussing about the European Union response to this type of situation, well, we forgot about the Airbus case, but it's something that we instead should keep in mind. Airbus was a winning industrial policy because we don't have one airplane builder per EU country, but we have a European aircraft industry. And this is something I think we should get back to. Thank you.
Jonathan, please. Yeah, Jonathan Brooks.
Hi, Antoine. Hi, Antoine, and thanks for a fascinating presentation. And I guess my question is that you tell a really convincing story, to my mind, in terms of the direction of effects, and everything kind of hangs together very nicely logically. The overall numbers, though, they're really small. I mean, aside from that one drop for Mexico, and if you look back at historical parallels, you know, we're looking at something that's absolutely unprecedented in history. And the Smoot-Hawley tariffs, which I think were averaging 20% across the board in the United States, there was a 60% drop in global trade over a 5-year period. And so, you know, you've got a great structure for tracing out the direction of effects. And I wondered if you had an observation on, you know, whether there's actually something that's a seismic change that somehow is going beyond the remit of our CGE models. Thanks.
David Laborde, please.
So I will have several questions. No, but so, and with Antoine, we actually, nearly 10 years ago, we have written a paper, you know, how the new tariff will make America lose again. Yes. So that has not changed. But that's actually my first question. You started by talking about President Trump, when I think in the US, there is something deeper than that. We have seen first the fact that Biden administration didn't revert a lot of the Trump one. And we have seen that even, you know, the situation in the appellate body of the WTO was already there under Obama and was starting to grow. So I would like to get potentially your perspective on this structural shift. And maybe linked to what Jonathan was saying also, 90 years ago, 80 years ago, the US were a giant with Europe in international trade. Now we also get small number because the share of US trade is falling year after year. So is it the last opportunity for them to reinsure a control of the situation? And finally, you talk about tariffs, but we have also seen a significant drop in the US dollars. So when you combine both, what are your views on this, including that, you know, at CEPI you also look at some macroeconomic issues, so if you can share some views on this. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Yeah, please, Chema. Malvares-Coque.
I think in the Trump, sorry for pronouncing Trump again. In the current U.S. government's objectives is okay, public revenues increase. But let's relate this to the fiscal deficit, and the debt, because this is the hypothesis that the U.S. is trying to reduce the fiscal debt entirely because of this increased public revenues collection. Is that considered in some way, and this effects on trade deficit and fiscal debt is depending on the domestic tax policy also? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Margherita, please. Margherita Scoppola.
Thanks, Antoine. Since MacMap is a very disaggregated database, so you have data about tariffs at the 6-digit level, I just wonder whether you could study a bit if the structure of tariff, not across sectors, but within sectors, has a particular shape. I'm referring in particular to tariff escalation or tariff de-escalation. Because, for example, I was impressed by one of your statements, that is, tariff jumping was not successful after the first Trump. But of course, this depends upon the structure of tariff that you have within one sector. Because if you are so smart to do tariff escalation, you obtain exactly tariff jumping. Because all the inputs arrive at a very low price, and of course, there is a big incentive for firms to relocate the final part of the process. If I'm not sure if I'm right.
Other questions or comments? May I just, a final question? Okay. It is related to the policy implications that you gave on the very last slide. You mentioned positive and negative list of products. I am afraid that we are trying to rationalize ex post because we are economists. I'm trying to find an economic sense on what the Trump administration is doing, and also our reasoning is referring to this. When you refer to the positive and negative, it depends on which type of value chain we are in. Let me just move a little bit out of the box. And what would be, in your opinion, the sectors where we can hurt most in order to be more effective from the political viewpoint towards the US? And the second thing, also you see that, of course, we have to try to have much more, less concentrated relationships, so to open up to other markets, etc. But there is a fundamental mismatch there between the short and the longer run. This requires time, but if you look at what we can listen in these days, the car industry in Germany, the agri-food companies here in Italy, and I guess also in France. Yeah. So they are playing another game, and it seems that the government are very much sensible to this one. So.
Okay, thank you very much. This is very stimulating. I like to have many questions. So, yes, I think that you are perfectly right. The effect on US sector means that there is less activity in technological sector and more activity in sectors that are not famous for high technology. So I think that it is not captured by the model. I think that the Trump policy on about university research and development will cost a lot more in the long term than the trade policy today. So it will be much more costly if it remains. So I don't know, but it's much more important, I think, because of course it decreases the long-term potential growth. It is clear that we do not capture that, but the impact on income distribution is negative. And if you combine this with I like this bill, the one big beautiful bill, you have, I think, the first 7 deciles that are losing in terms of real income, or even the 9. And the last one, so the richest people in the US are gaining from the combinations of the one big and beautiful bill and the tariffs. And the tariffs accentuate this. So it means that it has negative income distribution. It has been demonstrated by people at PIIE, in particular, Kimberley Closing. So you have something which is really clear from that. You are perfectly right that Airbus and Boeing is more an industrial policy. We have an aircraft industry right now in Europe. Sometimes it is very costly because the Airbus A380 was very, very costly, and it was not very successful. So I'm not sure that, I think this is benefits for the consumers because we have now a duopoly instead of a monopoly. You know, there was this whole study evaluations by Krugman and Baldwin, and the results were not very positive for the Airbus industry. So, of course, for consumers, it is good. I think it is costly. What we do not measure is the positive externalities on other sectors, industrial sectors, because there are much innovations in this industry. So the direction of effect, Jonathan, yes, thank you very much for your comments. These are small numbers. Yeah. But if you consider what is the share of US imports in world imports, it's not very much. So I think it is only trade, US trade. So it's a US share of world trade, which is something like 13%, 10%. So it's 10% and it's straight, it's not GDP. So in fact, it's true that we think about the Ole-Smoot tariff, but the Ole-Smoot, you had a financial crisis and you had other things, you had much more retaliations than today. I think that our numbers I consider them as normal. Paul Krugman was saying that, in fact, you have new distributions of trade costs worldwide, and producers and consumers will adapt to these distributions of. This is what we measure with the CGE. We have not the impact, dynamic impact, for example, on research and development. And this is something that maybe we have to work on. And also uncertainty. So uncertainty can increase the decrease of GDP. And of course, in countries which are less specialized in high technology sectors, of course, they can lose much more in the long term. But this is something that we don't measure very well. And of course, also, there is the fact that tariffs are no more consolidated with the US because we have not a maximum tariffs. And so I think that one important aspect of the WTO is to have maximum tariff, consolidated tariffs, bound tariffs. Because, of course, you can, for a firm, you can organize a trade network and think that the maximum cost that you will pay at this border will be that. So you invest. And now it is not more the case with the US. So it's a big concern, I think. But I don't think that my numbers are small. I try to, honestly. David, yes, the US has never been a free trading country. The history of US trade policy shows that there was always protectionism in the US, from independence to the Civil War, and from Civil War to the Ole-Smoot Tariff Act and the US Reciprocal Tariff Act. And even after World War II, in fact, there was the willingness to open borders, but not alone, to open borders with reciprocal trade agreements. So I think that, and if you look at the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, you had, you know, the reciprocitarian and managed trades with voluntary export restraints, and you have the Nixon tariffs, 10% on all countries, And so this country was always tempted by protectionism. So it's not a free trading country like England or Netherlands or other countries like that. So yes, it's a continuations, and Biden has not decreased tariff implemented by Trump. He has increased tariff at the end of his mandate on May 2024. And of course, the Inflation Reduction Act does not respect WTO principles, and so on. So the Democrats are less protectionist today than Republican, I think. I'm not sure, because I think that if you take out Trump, other Republicans, they can change their mind very, very quickly about these questions. But Democrats, they are not free trading people. So I think, yes, this is the US share of world trade is down and down and down. It will be even worse in the next years. I'm not sure that if there is a change of majority in the US, it will change very much. So it will continue. And this is a long-term evolution, I think, yes. The depreciation of the US dollar, I think that the US dollar has depreciated since Inauguration Day by something like 15%. So it can compensate, it can give some competitiveness to the US, but of course at the price of imported inflation. So there is this, Stephen Miran statement saying that we have to depreciate the US dollar. I'm really surprised by this, because I think that it's not a good strategy, because of course investors will become more and more cautious about the US economy. So with tariffs, public revenue increases, but it does not compensate what happens concerning, for example, the loss of GDP. When the statistic the result that I show concerning tariff revenue, it's only tariff revenue, but you may have some decrease in federal income tax, in sales tax, because there is loss of GDP. Okay, so the total impact on US public revenue is not guaranteed. Yes, we can look at, this is a very interesting suggestions to look at MacMap statistics at the very detailed level. I think that, for example, there was some increase of tariffs on aluminium, steel, now on copper, very soon on wood. So I think that we should have some, in some sectors, some tariff, how do you say that, de-escalation, the other way. So with de-escalations, and so high tariffs on, and so it's not a good industrializing strategy, of course. The sectors where we can very much hurt the US economy. So the problem is that if we want to do some proportionate retaliation, the problem is that the US exports to the EU less than the EU exports to the US. What we can do is to put some tariffs on some final consumption goods, because it's less inflationary than intermediate goods. And we have to find out a good that is easily substituted by another product. So for example, Californian wines. This is something that it's important, and of course the EU is an important market for these producers. There are also export restrictions that can be considered on fertilizer, on chemical inputs, on photolithogravure, you know, this very famous firm from Netherlands, ASML. Well, the worst thing is vaccine, but we cannot do that. But we export a lot of vaccine to the US. And for moral principle, we cannot do that, but there are many things that we can do, in fact. So I think that, and of course there are the services sector, because US exports a lot of services to the EU, but it's a little bit difficult because it's like, you know, opening the Pandora's box, because you know, I mean, we can imagine less access to European public tenders, public, how do we say that? I'm a little bit tired. And also authorizations of marketing some products. So we stop authorized, for example, medicines and things like this. The problems is if we start to put into questions intellectual property rights, it's very dangerous because we have luxury products that are exported to the US. And if the US also retaliates on that, it can be very bad for the EU economy. But there are many things to do, I mean. Of course, there is the questions of short-term versus long-term. If we want to sign new FTAs and if we want to deepen the trade integrations within the EU, it will have some effects in the long terms. So I think that in the short terms, it's bad for sectors like in Italy for beverages, also for machinery and other industrial sectors. It's bad for these sectors, and maybe we can expect from the governments some compensation, but I'm not sure that they have the budget for that. So I think that it's not good for some sectors. It's not a big macroeconomic impact, but for some sector, it's very serious. Thank you very much.
Okay, it seems that that's all, so thank you very much. We are half an hour behind the schedule, but I think that we have plenty of time to have our lunch, and instead of having 1.5 hours, we'll have just 1 hour in order to be sharp back at 2:30 for the round table. Okay, so please, the lunch is served over there.
As the chair of this roundtable, as you know, this roundtable was entirely conceived by Luca. And so I'm just stepping in, trying to do my best to don't feel the big loss of Luca this afternoon, trying to do my best. As you can see from the picture, the starting point of this roundtable is the conference that Giovanni has organized, the first in 1993 and the second in 2003, and somebody this morning was reminding them. And actually, this is the best picture I could find. As you can see, this is Giovanni with he's speaking at the conference in Capri, and the name was Agriculture Policy Reform and the WTO, Where Are We Heading? The proceedings of this conference can be considered a milestone from anyone studying or working in the field of agricultural policies, agricultural trade, and multilateral trade agreements. Since that conferences, and also since Giovanni's departure 10 years ago, many events have taken place in international economic context, which has been marked by major shocks affecting trade and related policies. Several of these events, I think that nobody would have never, have been never considered 10 years ago, and not even imagined as possible scenarios to be simulated 10 years ago with your magnificent CGE modeling and whatever. So this morning, two keynote speeches addressed two major issues: significant changes in trade policies and in the organization of the global value chains. The underlying purpose of this roundtable is to discuss how these shocks are shaping agricultural policies, trade policies, and multilateral cooperation. Borrowing Giovanni's own words, we would like to reflect on fundamental questions. Where are we heading? The same title of the conference of 2003. Well, I would like to warmly thank all our speakers who traveled from far away to be with us today. Many of them were very close friends of Giovanni. I would say everybody here was a very close friend of Giovanni, but also, actually, they are leading experts in the topics that we are addressing today. So in agricultural trade, agricultural policies, trade policies. But the important thing is that they really can cover a lot of different perspectives about the issues that we want to reflect today. And so they can look with different lenses through which to view the issues we are addressing today. So this is our panel. I don't think that I have to say a lot of words to present our speakers. Many of you know them very well, but because we have students, PhD students in this room, I think it is worth to tell you who are our keynote speakers this afternoon. So first of all, Jose Maria, in alphabetical order, of course. First of all, Jose Maria Alvarez Coque is professor of applied economics at the Universitat Politècnica de Valencia. He has 40 years of experience as an agronomist and as an agricultural economist, and has been working with the European Commission, the European Parliament, and his research spans from global policy assessments to local studies of small-scale farmers, collecting farming practices and land abandonment. Jonathan Brooks is an honorary senior research fellow at the University of Exeter, and actually he's currently professor of international economics at the SAIS Europe. He's currently the editor of the Journal of Agricultural Economics, and previously he has been working for a long time in OECD as covering many roles, and the last one was head of the Agriculture and Resource Policy Division in the Trade and Agriculture Directorate at the OECD. Luca De Benedictis, are you there? Yes, is professor of international economics in the Universitas Mercatorum at the Luis University of Rome. He's not an agricon, actually, although he was personally highly contaminated by agricultural economists. And actually, his research focused mostly on the empirics of international trade, a lot of different methods. He's dealing with a lot of different methods. In particular, I would like to underline the use of dynamic panel data techniques in gravity model of trade, application of network analysis to international trade, something that we have heard this morning with Lucia, and also causal identification with interference and spatial discontinuity design, and a lot of other different methods. And then we have Tassos Haniotis. I know that most of you know him very well. Unfortunately, he cannot be here because of a personal problem, but he is connected. Here you are, Tassos. Welcome, Tassos. He's currently a senior guest research scholar of the International Institute of Applied System Analysis. Actually, he brings more than 3 decades of professional experience in agriculture, especially in the areas of agriculture policy, US-European Union agricultural trade policy relations, food security, farm policy evaluation, commodity market analysis. Most of his experience was built during his long career in the European Commission. He joined the European Commission in 1989, and from that time, he just retired in 2022 from the European Commission, and at that time, he was Director for Strategy and Policy Analysis in the DG Agri. And finally, last but not least, David, you find your, finally, yes, it's there. Okay, David Laborde is currently the Director of Agri-Food Economics Division of the FAO. He was also working in the past at the International Food Policy Research Institute. And David Laborde's research interests include food security and nutrition, and he has worked extensively on measuring and modeling domestic and border farm and food policies in general equilibrium context. Alan Matthews, yes, he's here, is Professor Emeritus of European Agricultural Policy at the University of Dublin. His work focuses on agricultural trade and includes papers published by the FAO and the OECD. In addition, he has been a member of several WTO dispute settlement panels. He's a former president of the European Association of Agricultural Economists and now incoming president of the UK Agricultural Economics Society. And finally, Johan Swinen is currently the Director General of the International Food Policy Research Institute. And before IFRI, he was Professor of Economics and Director of the Lycos Center for Institution and Economic Performance at the University of KU Leuven. Johan has published extensively on agriculture and food policy, international development, political economy, global value chains, with many awards for his book, like the political economy of agriculture and food policies and others. So I'm very proud to have here such a panel of colleagues. And first, I think that I would like to focus on one major issue. This doesn't go ahead. And so the first issue I would like to raise, especially after our keynotes of this morning, is about the growing uncertainty in international trade. Both of our colleagues have this morning has emphasized this. Of course, this uncertainty driven by geopolitical conflicts, trade tensions, and climate change. Global food and agricultural trade, actually, on aggregate, has proven to be rather resilient, at least in aggregate terms, to recent shocks, such as the COVID pandemic and the war in Ukraine. And actually, at the global level, we didn't observe such big disruptions of the agri-food trade relationship. So the first question is, what do you feel about what is the impact of this uncertainty on the global food market? And I was suggesting you one specific article I was reading in the last days that was published on the Journal of International Economics in 2020 by Bailey and other co-authors. And they address the issue of this uncertainty in a non-conventional way, because they suggest that under condition of uncertainty, they show that actually trade can paradoxically increase, because risk sharing becomes more efficient when both trading partners are not informed. So they live in a greater environment of uncertainty. And so the question could be, could this insight offer a new lens through which to interpret current dynamics in agri-food markets? And what are the implications from your own perspective of this growing uncertainty? So your own perspective are the perspective of the European Union policies, or the perspective of developing countries, the perspective of food security issues, of this increasing uncertainty in international trade. So I leave you the floor. I will start with Luca, just because he's a purely trade economist, and so probably he will provide us with a broader view of the link between uncertainty and trade, what we know, what we do not know, and then we can probably go through our table. Thanks.
Thank you, Margherita. So let me start with the apologies. As Margherita said, I'm not an agricultural economist, and therefore I will translate the question of Margherita into a more broad question about uncertainty and trade. And let me start saying that after also the presentation this morning and very lively discussion we had after the presentation, my view on that is that tariffs are very much on newspaper titles, but according to my view, the main effect of the new wave of US trade policy is not on reshaping so far trade flows. This will happen after the announcements of tariff imposition become effective. Even after that, we will see how the markets react and how global value chains will reorganize partially. But the very important effect that we had immediately after the announcements of the trade war 2.0 is on uncertainty. And also many of the commentators said that the immediate step back by the Trump administration was due to the effect on the dollar on one side, the effect on the financial market on short terms, but also on bonds, long-term bonds. And this is due to uncertainty. So I see the point of view that if we drive all in the fog, we are almost similar, and therefore risk sharing can be also a way in which trade can become a sort of an insurance mechanism. But at the same time, I see a lot of heterogeneity in the ability to face uncertainty. And also I think that in general, uncertainty may be positive in terms of short run, or maybe there are some gains to get on financial markets, but I don't see how uncertainty can be positive on the long or even medium term. And this is therefore really a fight between short run and medium long run, between finance and real economy. Think, for example, that even for trade, if you need to sign contracts, or you need to insure your transport across the sea, uncertainty is going to affect the price of that. And I see a lot of heterogeneity in order to be able to face uncertainty according to the characteristic of countries. So in many industrialized countries, public agencies are doing support on through insurance of trade. And so the ability to face uncertainty is very different if you are a firm in a industrialized country, or in a emerging or in least developed countries. So this, as far as a broad view on uncertainty. What I think also is going to be the effect for us as economists is on the way we model things. So we had already one sketch of the possibilities of including more uncertainty in computable general equilibrium models. But uncertainty, it's a broad question for modeling in more broad models, not only in CGE, but in general. And it's a problem also in the empirics. So our reference bands, if we imagine that uncertainty is an inherent element of our empirical models, the ability to estimate precisely point estimates of something which maybe is interesting, trade elasticity, it's going to decrease. So my view in general is negative. I don't see how we can gain much in terms of the economy or as economists in a world with more uncertainty.
Thank you so much, Luca. I will go in order of the table, and then we will introduce Tassos at a certain point of our discussion.
Thank you, Margherita. And well, first of all, to thank. I could be talking about Giovanni and Ania during a long time. What I say is that one of the good things that Giovanni gave to me is to have the chance to meet you and to meet colleagues like all in this table, and of course to meet Luca Salvatici. And about the topic, uncertainty. This problem, uncertainty, always we had uncertainty. Always in agriculture, farming activities, uncertainty is part of the business. And the uncertainty in the last years, for example, in the international markets related to the strong volatility, the high prices in some products, uncertainty together with the climate change and so on. This is part of, it is, I haven't measured I don't know how you measure the uncertainty. Probably you have in the models the possibility to measure uncertainty. But uncertainty is not the problem. The problem is the asymmetry of power. It's how you have an asymmetric information, an asymmetric use of the power you have. The problem is, and in this asymmetry, normally the small businesses are losing. Poor people are losers of this management of uncertainty. Also, the problem of the discretionary policies. Is that uncertainty? The discretionary, this is a political uncertainty. How the policies are managed in a discretionary place. Well, strategies for managing uncertainty are part of the dynamism in many societies. We have entrepreneurs because we have uncertainty. It's closely connected to entrepreneurship. There are strategies, of course, the European Union has strategies. It's a big market. This is a good value to have a big market. You can diversify your sources. You can diversify your destinations. So you can manage uncertainty, and you can cooperate with other blocks in the world. So there are, 60% of the total, the world's population is living in the BRICS, just to say. Well, now, what it is a big problem of the current situation is how the arguments to justify discretionary policies are contaminating, sorry for this, perhaps this is a value judgment, this is an opinion, contaminating the political discourse in many countries. Because the problem is that you create fears. And with fears, many things can happen. For example, in my country, last week, one regional officer in one region was blaming our prime minister for the new retaliations that the Trump's administration will take again against my country. So is that you create fears, and then you create a political atmosphere that it is a good environment to provoke mistakes, political, public policy mistakes. So that means don't listening anything to what it is said in forums like this, and doing things just by reacting to specific political pressures. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jose Maria. I will leave the floor to you now.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start straight away because I've been have a tough time keeping job here next. So first on the on uncertainty. Okay, what type of uncertainty are we talking about? In the introduction, also the guidance I gave, we talked about the past 5 years. But if you look at the economic and the structural issues, I would argue there's been significant uncertainty for the past 20 years, not for the past 5 years. There was a big price spike on global markets in 2007, 2008, and I think that really made a big difference from how we looked at price and markets, global price and markets in the food area before. Okay, so that was a big shock. Then in 2015, so that was 2007, 2008, when price spikes. Then we had another big one, 2012, 2015. We've seen a major reversal in food security in the world, and of course in recent times we had COVID and Ukraine. So I think it's more longer than that. What is more recent, of course, is the uncertainty on the policy front, but it's actually very recent. It's really the last 5 months rather than the last 5 years, I would say, because there's been significant changes, but they have been much more predictable in many of the countries in the world over the last couple of years. Second point is that the shocks that we see in the global arena, they are having a major impact on how we think about it and how policymakers think about it. And a major role is mass media and social media in this, okay? For example, if you look over the past couple of years, Last 6 months, for example, okay, we've seen a major reduction in rice prices of the world, okay? Nobody reported on it. I actually went to look, had one of my assistants look at reports on it, and it was the Financial Times had a very small article about it, and Reuters as well, which is actually where I found it, somewhere hidden on page 3 or something. And so before, when you had a big price increase of rice and wheat and other prices, you saw major coverage. So there's a big discrepancy there, okay? And this is one of the areas I think we still pay much too little interest on. Third point is on, I agree with sorry I missed this morning's presentation, but the fact that our value chains have been much more resilient than we thought has been proven very clearly with COVID, okay? The first months of COVID, the media, everything was full of how we had all this produce rot on trucks at the border. If you look back now, okay, these value chains have proven very flexible, very resilient, which is really a big lesson, I think, taking us forward. And then my last point is on, I'm happy to answer questions on any of these, but my last point is on the literature on volatility and uncertainty. This literature actually, there's a big literature broadly in economics on this, going back to Paul Samuelson's work in the 1950s, the big work by Joe Stiglitz and David Newberry in the 1980s on price stabilization in global markets, and that's very relevant. We actually wrote a paper with one of my PhD students after the 2007-2008 price spike and the volatility there. Isn't there an argument for stabilization of the market? And we submitted it to a journal, and the reviews came back, and he said, well, you don't seem to know your literature very well. He said, because Joe Stiglitz and Paul Samuelson figured this out decades ago, which was true. I didn't know my literature very well, but I went back and read it. And so there's a lot there, and we actually designed, at that point we derived an optimal distortions volatility trade-off frontier, where you actually, by distorting the market to some extent, you reduce more stability, and so there's this trade-off there. Then we looked at empirically, and it turned out that very few countries were close to this trade-off, okay? So it turns out to be something which is very interesting in theory, but which is very hard to implement empirically. Let me leave it.
Thanks a lot, Yo. I will continue with the table. Tassos, if you're still there, probably you can intervene after David. So please, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Margarita, and it's an honour to be here today. That was a moving interview between Colin Carter and Alec McCalla, and I was struck by a few points and noted that I was preceded at UC Davis by Giovanni, who was leaving just as I came in, and was succeeded by Luca. And I think the comment about them both having an ability to conceptualize and model trade things was a common point there, and it was nice that Alex picked up on that. Alex McCalla, he noted that Giovanni convened 2 major conferences on the subject of international trade, and the first of those was in 1993, as the Uruguay round was coming to conclusion. And at the time, that was seen as a quote-unquote, a quantum leap. We used the word quantum leap at the time, with agriculture finally brought within the auspices of the multilateral system. And then the second was 10 years later, in Capri, when we reflected that the actual changes required to policy were relatively modest, and we were waking up to the fact that the politics of trade were changing, and that the future would be much more about the role of the big emerging economies, in particular with the BRICS becoming key players. And so before I just make a couple of specific points on uncertainty, I've just got one slide to put a sort of sense of disappointment into context. So if we could would it be possible to show that slide, please? Yes, I gave it to, yeah. Yeah, it shows Tassos. It's not quite as disappointing as a slide, but yeah, thanks. Yeah. Okay. Well, I hope is my time still counting?
Chiederei alla regia se può per favore farci vedere la slide che è stata data dal professor Jonathan Brooks
in questo
momento.
Dello speaker.
Dello speaker.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll use words to describe it, right? Because what the graph showed was it showed the history from the end of the Second World War, and it showed how consecutive rounds of multilateral trade negotiations had led tariffs on manufacturers down from very high levels at the end of the Second World War down to 5% or below 5% at the time of the Uruguay round. And then tariffs, when agriculture was brought into the WTO, the tariffs were bound at an average of 40 to 50% at across countries. Yeah, there we are. So this was a graph from my disappointment from 2002, because I used this in a presentation 23 years ago, and this showed where agriculture was effectively decades behind what was happening in manufactures. And so what's happened since then is there have been sort of reforms. The tariff levels on agriculture have come down. Nominal rates of protection, which are not just tariffs but also non-tariff measures, are about 10% in developed countries. But if we start talking at higher rates on manufacturers now under Trump, this completely changes this story. And I think this is a very different world that we're talking about in terms of the relative terms of trade between agriculture and non-agriculture, and it's something we haven't known in our lifetimes. So the policy impetus from WTO evaporated quite some time ago. But around the millennium, the arguments about trade were focused on the welfare implications of trade liberalization. And the early discussions that we recall from the early 2000s were essentially about what was called at the time the multifunctionality of agriculture, and whether there were benefits associated with agricultural production which provided a rationale for government support and potentially qualified the arguments for full liberalization. And now I see that we're in a completely different world for both structural and political reasons. And I think structurally we've woken up to the existential threat of climate change, and that's to looking, essentially putting that multifunctionality argument into the reverse gear and saying we're looking at the costs of food systems. And then the second is the politically, I think that all our assumptions have been completely upended by Donald Trump, who's overturned effectively what's been an 80-year post-war history that we're describing. So just really to conclude, I see trade as having two vital roles in terms of managing risks. One, these risks from climate and extreme weather are absolutely critical, and it makes sense to have a mix of domestic production and imports. And so the question then is whether open markets will deliver that. But I think what we're seeing, and this sort of reflects Luca's point about uncertainty, is we're seeing a move towards managed trade. People don't trust that markets are going to deliver the balance that they want, and we're looking more at managed trade. And then the second point is about the role. Yes, I think trade can help mitigate some political risks, but again, it's also a case of a move towards managed trade and what Luca described as friendshoring, having a kind of impetus and a rebalancing, at least in the minds of policymakers, of the assessed risk between domestic and international markets. And if you can just give me 1 second, I note that the most perilous risk the UK faced, the United Kingdom faced, was in the Second World War, when 70% of its food was imported and supplies were tight, but at no stage did the UK starve. That imported share is less than a half now, but we still have Rishi Sunak, when he was Prime Minister, a Conservative Prime Minister in a liberal country, saying we shouldn't be reliant on foreign food by British. So I think that this sort of assessment of structural and political risks has changed fundamentally.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I will leave the floor to Alan Matthews for the next.
Thanks, Margherita, and let me also just add my thanks to the organizers, indeed to Luca, who was responsible, I think, for my invitation here. As Margherita said, I had the privilege of serving as president of the European Agricultural Economics Association for a period. At that time, Giovanni, who I had got to know previously, of course, but he was vice president of the European Association. And the way the European Association works, it's a kind of an opportunity to kind of learn the ropes and so on. So when I stepped down, Giovanni took over, and then unfortunately within a year he had passed away. So I'm very pleased to be able to remember him and honor him today. In response, Margarita, to your question about how uncertainty is likely to affect trade, I guess I would see two competing scenarios. One is where uncertainty is arising from climate risks, which we're going to see more of in the future. Trade is a hugely significant and important insurance mechanism, and I would see agri-food trade increasing because we're going to see increasing weather shocks in different places across the world. So that insurance mechanism, I think, will lead to increased trade flows, but the uncertainties due to political constraints, I think will work in the opposite direction. So which one wins out, I'm not going to speculate on. It seems to me that we need to sort of have a framework for thinking about this new world that Jonathan and others have so well described, because that risk-sharing potential of market-based trade is kind of one of the advantages of the so-called liberal or market-oriented trade paradigm that we have effectively worked within over the last number of decades. It's based on the principles of efficiency and mutual benefit. It assumes that there is a commonly agreed set of rules, and we are prepared, in a sense, to increase our interdependence and rely more on our trading partners. And the belief, of course, was that this would lead not only to increased prosperity, but indeed also to peace. And I guess we've been shown to be rather naive in that vision or that paradigm, if you like. The European Union a number of years ago started on a different paradigm, which I will call values-based trade. So the idea here was that trade should not only reflect our values, but it should promote our values in a global context. So we began to introduce mirror clauses, due diligence obligation on firms, the deforestation regulation being, I suppose, the obvious example there. We have the CBAM in carbon policy, and we have conditional free trade agreements, so where we open up markets in return for commitments on sustainability and environmental issues. And then the most recent period, I guess the phrase that I see most commonly used to describe this current trade environment is geoeconomics, where essentially trade is very deliberately and specifically used to pursue national advantage and national interest. So we see the use of instruments like sanctions, export controls, technology limitations, investment screening, and of course tariffs. And the question then is, how do we maneuver? These different paradigms come up with sort of different proposals as to what type of trade policy we in the European Union should follow. And if we are moving into this world which is more strategic, has more, if you like, of this geo-economic aspects, where particularly we are at the receiving end, it's not to say that we ourselves in Europe haven't, we have used, for example, sanctions against Russia. We are looking at sanctions against Israel at the moment. But how do we maneuver in this world? And the sort of the answer that seems to be coming through is what I would call a sort of it's not maybe a fourth paradigm, but it's a kind of a response, is resilience-based trade. So what would that mean in practice? And one answer came through this morning, which was trying to diversify our trading partners, which is not easy when, okay, we are feeling very much being at the brunt of the US tariffs, but becoming increasingly reliant on China is not necessarily a more attractive option when we see the way China is very openly willing to use coercive trade policy. Just think of what happened to Lithuania when it opened an embassy in Taiwan recently, for example. Diversification is one sort of response. Stockpiling is another response. I don't recommend that in terms of stockpiling of food commodities. We have obviously oil reserves in the European Union as a sort of a mechanism to deal with crises. But stockpiling of critical inputs, and I don't know, it's maybe something we need to look at. The sort of case study that I think is particularly interesting here is fertilizers, because we have a huge dependence on fertilizers. Despite the fact that we have had sanctions on Russia, we have become increasingly dependent on imports of nitrogen fertilizer and ammonia from Russia. After Egypt, it's our biggest source of input, and last year we actually transferred 2.2 billion euro to Russia for the purchase of fertilizers. Is that a strategic dependency? The European Union earlier this year, at least the Commission, I should say, proposed that we would gradually introduce tariffs up to 100% over 3 years on imports of Russian nitrogen fertilizers. Of course, farmers have objected to that because they see it as an increase in their costs. We also have a CBAM on fertilizers, which may operate in the same direction. And yet we know also that nitrogen fertilizer is a huge source of environmental problems within the European Union, both in terms of nitrous oxide as a climate gas, but also in terms of leakages into water and so on. So how do we address those very competing demands in the context of trade and industrial policy? I could go on, but maybe just to sort of make a final point, which is that we now see increasingly the argument being made in Brussels that of course we need to provide more support for food production because this is part of our general security. It's actually part of our defense preparedness that we should be able to grow as much of our food at home. And of course, I think we need to be really quite skeptical of this argument. Of course, food security is a fundamental responsibility of governments, but the issue is to look at where our vulnerabilities are. Our vulnerabilities are not in terms of our growing of food. We have 60% of our cereal acreage we use for animal feed, not for human nutrition. So if we're talking about nutrition security as opposed to food security, I think we come up with a very different answer. But there are critical vulnerabilities, and they were revealed so starkly in Spain in April during that really awful, not awful, it was the electricity blackout that I'm referring to here now, where simply, supermarkets closed down. You had looting of supermarkets, a very short period. But think if that was an extended period, that's a critical vulnerability, which I just don't see being addressed. The Commission has established at European level a European crisis preparedness and food security mechanism, but in my view, this is totally inadequate, and we could go into the discussion of why it's simply not addressing the real needs. So yes, we do need to address vulnerabilities in response to this more strategic trade environment that we are working in, but simply growing more food is not the answer.
Thanks a lot, Alan. I think first David, and then we go with Tassos.
Yes, now thanks a lot, and yes, I would like also to thank the organizer and Luca that is behind this, but also the fact that for the people that was lucky enough to talk with Luca, to talk about economics, these key questions, are important about how you deal with efficiency, what you deal with risk, what is the role of trade. In a paper that we will never have time to finish, we were planning to look at a Kantian way of looking at trade, what is fair, the rule of law, what is efficiency, the needs. Before we dig too much in Kant, and we see that it was pretty racist, so maybe to get a paper on the role of globalization, it was not a good source of inspiration. Now, I think what we want to talk about here is also some of the basic thing between what is risk and uncertainty. Can we put probability distribution on some of this?
That's important for modeler, that's important for the private sector. Managing risk is something. Managing uncertainty is a totally different ballgame. And if we look at, and Jo was actually quoting the paper of Newberry and Stiglitz. Yes, you have a nice paper showing that, you know, when you look at crop risk on yield, you can even find trade that can be Pareto suboptimal. But I think the real lesson of this paper is to see, okay, where the risk is located among the value chain, what is the level of risk aversion of the farmers versus the consumer, because a lot of the conclusion it depends. And what we are dealing with today is really this question about not so much a risk that we can plan or that people are used to deal with. I mean, actually, as also Jonathan was pointing to, we know that with increased climatic risk, we will need to do more trade, and trade will help mitigating it. And with Christophe Guel, we had a paper looking at that, and we show that it's important to make sure that trade can occur because it's going to be risk pooling. But here we are not talking so much about a risk on the production side. We really talk about a risk on the trade side, and in particular on the trade policy part. And so it means that also the risk is very endogenous to not only potentially the market condition, because we see how policymakers react, and so we have this type of vicious circle. Now, with actually Antoine, when we were looking at the Doha round and the difficulty of the Doha round, we were pointing as soon as 2008 this question of rising protectionism. You know, basically trade liberalization is like a bicycle. Or you move forward or you fall. And you can fall fast. So what we were not able to do at the time is to put a probability on that. And where we were already maybe too optimistic is thinking that bound tariff will still mean something, when actually they don't. The 10% tariff of the US will violate 90% of their tariff line commitment. A bit less in agriculture, and I will come back to that. But I think really that this question about what we are dealing with and what investors are thinking about this. Because right now they don't even know what the future is about. Potentially, climate risk you can deal with, financial risk you can deal with, policy uncertainty, that's something different. And something that is, I mean, we are talking about something that changes on a day-to-day basis. With ELSA at FAO, we are tracking the tariffs and all the announcements, and basically, depending on which week you are looking at, we talk about an increase for one of the big countries that is applying tariffs of 5% in average tariff, up to 40%, 1 week after 20%, you know, that's a bit random. And so that's when you're an investor, you just wait, okay? You are not going to take a decision. If you build a factory for 20 years, you are not going to take a decision on that. And we have seen this policy uncertainty on this trade policy part, but I mean, even in Europe, one day you get the EUDR implemented next year, next day it's going to be in 5 years, and then we are going to have amendments. And so this overall culture of policy uncertainty is growing and impact decision makers. And I will say that, you know, I talk about factories, but when we think about agriculture, you can think, oh, you know, the farmers can take a decision every year, so it's not so important. But actually, we're in a particular period of time where sustainability matters, where we need to change the system, where, for example, we need to put practices to rebuild soil that are going to provide benefits in 5 years, in 10 years. And so if we don't have this clarity about, you know, is this type of investment will pay off, people doesn't do it. So there is this particular impact on agriculture and food. And that's basically the kind of first order impact that we should not forget about. Then we can have second order impact, as I said, how people manage risk aversion, that can be important, or actually, and also to echo to the point made by Jonathan, for once, agriculture maybe look less risky than the rest of the economy, okay? And for a long period of time, people doesn't want to invest in agriculture because it's risky. So you put public policies, you try to de-risk, you put subsidies here and there, but overall, you know, investing in producing cars or iPhone is less risky than agriculture. For once, it changed. But it's a second order effect, meaning that the tariffs in agriculture are going to increase relatively less than in the rest of the economy.
still going to increase. But basically, if you look at this, it means that based on all the announcements done by some of the key players, both with the direct effect and the retaliation, we are talking about an increase in the average tariff in industry, basically times 4. So they will quadruple because they start at a very low level. When in agriculture, it can double. So I think that we have this first question of risk versus uncertainty, and we are in a world that is pretty uncertain, but it's driven by policymakers, and that's something that should be controlled. And then we have this fact that, yes, investment in all sectors are going to be delayed, GDP is not going to grow, innovation is going to be slowed down, and that's something that will also impact the agricultural sectors. But compared to the industry, agriculture is relatively better. So first order versus second order, the model will decide who is winning, because we need model for that.
Thanks a lot, David. I would like to shift to Tassos. Are you online, Tassos? Chiederei alla regia per favore di andare su Teams, se ci colleghiamo.
I've been online all the way.
Hello, Tassos. Nice to see
Yeah,
you.
ciao.
So it's your turn now. I give you the floor. If you have to
show a slide, please tell me, because you can just share it on Teams.
The slides are for the third question. I've listened throughout. I saw a couple of times you wondered whether I'm around, so I was around throughout. The last two speakers, I had some problem on the quality of the sound. Now, 3 points I would like to make. The first one is about risk and uncertainty, and also listening to what some have already said. I'm wondering whether when we talk about trade, the source is relevant or irrelevant to the problem. Because what trade does is it actually brings together some differences, sometimes big differences between supply and demand in different parts of the world. So whether it is climate change or some other reason that generates this difference, when we have uncertainty, it has a certain impact. Now, on the article that you mentioned in the beginning, we have two examples where essentially uncertainty and risk didn't seem to have an impact, negative impact on trade when it comes to the EU, and globally in one of them. The first one is the Russian annexation of Crimea, where overnight the EU lost 10% of its agricultural market, but we didn't seem to matter because we covered in other parts of the world. The second is COVID, and already has been mentioned, the global food system demonstrated resilience. But the fact that it happened in the past doesn't mean that it will happen in the future. So I come to my second point, and I come with something that I would have said also had I been able to be next to you. I mean, the panel is here I cannot see the students there or the audience, so I don't know how they're going to react to it. But it's as if we are sort of an endangered species. It's not only that we're all male and moving in a certain age group, but it's also because what we reflect is the experience of a world that has dramatically changed. It's a world where we grew up and we made a whole career considering and defending the merits of comparative advantage. And what we have right now is the concept of reciprocity dominating the discussions about trade. And this is where I think that the past literature has a relevance, of course, in terms of explaining why things happened the way it happened in the past, and maybe reminding people about what will come in the future, but it's not enough to address what we're facing today. And what we're facing today is a completely new situation where nobody actually defends the concept of comparative advantage. And here I come to my third point, where what is really missing before any theoretical, conceptual approach is addressing some empirical questions. I wrote, I think it's about 10 days, something on LinkedIn, where essentially one can put it like saying that the European Union cannot have the cake and eat it. On the one hand, we're trying to convince member states about the merits of the Mercosur agreement. And among those, I am among those that I believe in the merits of this agreement. I've been, even in the past, heavily involved not only in negotiations, but also in empirical analysis that demonstrates that it's going to be beneficial. But at the same time, we claim to negotiate with the EU, with the US administration and Trump about how we minimize an increase in tariffs, because that's basically what it is. I mean, if things go in the best case scenario, we will end up with a 10% tariffs everywhere, even in cases that were not around. And that's what I mean, we cannot have the cake and eat it. We are entering a completely new situation, I guess that we will discuss later on. And in this new situation, some of the things that we have been accustomed in addressing when it comes to agricultural trade issues are not so pertinent, not to us as a group, but to the wider public. And we have a lot to do to try to find ways of convincing about the merits of what we have been arguing in the past.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tastos.
Well,
I would like to shift to the second issue, which actually comes from the first one, because we have seen that one of the key sources of uncertainty is due to the future of multilateral agreements. So my second question would be to reflect a bit what is the future of multilateral trade agreements. We know that the US administration is violating core commitments under the WTO, as well as its underlying spirit, retaliatory measures by other countries following a tit-for-tat logic further contribute to the erosion of the multilateral trade system. And so, do we have any prospect for the WTO survival? And what could be the scenario in the future? Somebody suggesting that a US withdrawal from the
WTO may be the only way for the survival of the WTO. And so my second point, I would like to ask you, how really do you see the future of multilateral cooperation? And I really have to ask you to stick on time, because we do not have enough time to finish our roundtable if we do not stick on time. So 5 minutes each sharp. Thanks a lot. I will leave the floor to Luca. We start once again our roundtable in the same order as before. Thank you.
Thank you again. So I will give you my thoughts related to what Tassos just said. So I will be a little bit nostalgic of what we had in the last 75 years or so. So a managed trade, an institution who was ruling international trade, and a rule which was the most favored nation, who helped decrease obstacles to trade for decades. So I think this is the way we should go. So I don't know if this is feasible or not, but I don't see real alternatives. And one of the costs that what the Trump administration is imposing on the international economy and in the international society is this idea that instead we have to accept the fact that negotiations should be bilateral. So you have to deal with me, and if I'm stronger, I will win, and if you're weak, you will lose, and you have to accept that. I don't think that we have to play this game. There is no way in which the world will survive, because this is undermining the idea that people can sit around a table and decide how to mediate different objectives that can be even orthogonal. Because it's not only about trade, but if we accept the idea that these things should be faced bilaterally, how can we manage global warming? How can we manage international migration. How can we manage the next pandemic? So all these problems, or deciding rules on artificial intelligence. So all these things cannot be faced at the national level. We need institutions which can build up tables in which negotiation can take part. So my opinion is that really we don't have to accept this game by the administration, the US administration, and we have to stick to international rules that have been set many years ago. So I'm really, really nostalgic.
Thanks, Luther. Jose Maria, I leave you the floor.
Thank you. The advantage of having listened to Luca is that I cannot add too much to his arguments. I think that we don't have any choice to try to revitalize the multilateral cooperation. We have global public good issues. We have the problem of climate change. And also, we know that different countries have been pushed the international organizations. We know that FAO has problems with certain members. We have UNESCO and different, the COP conference. All parts of the multilateral system. But this doesn't mean that they are needed. This kind of cooperation is needed to solve problems in a feasible way for the humanity, or most elements, to have a balanced solution. Then another question which I reflected about Tassos, that have we done well? Have we been working well? I mean, in the agricultural economics, or what we did in the past. It was a good decision for agricultural economists. And I want to remember Giovanni's contribution, no? Because first of all, I remember that Giovanni was supporting trade talks in the Mediterranean area. He was one of the supporters of the Barcelona process of Mediterranean integration. This is not multilateral, but it's a, let's say, big region cooperation, big region trade integration, and you know that it's a pity that we haven't abandoned that. We have abandoned this cooperation. Another area of another contribution that is my experience. Well, there was a project, very interesting project in 2006, or around. It was the CalMed, California Mediterranean. So Giovanni, Michel Petit, Tim Joslin, don't forget Tim Joslin. They believed that by meeting Europeans and Americans and people even from Southern Hemisphere, meeting and just identifying the key issues and the key points of conflict, just by exchanging information, data, evidences, and discussing, we could reach win-win solutions. I don't have any alternative to believe in that. And just by finishing, I had to say that we don't have much alternatives, and just remember that I don't know how to manage this from the geopolitical point of view. I have to say I don't have the knowledge for that. But I think that what we have to see is insisting in the way of accumulating evidences, accumulate impact studies, impact evaluations, and try to keep an independent voice and try to be professional. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jose Maria.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me also here make a few points. I mean, if you look at what's happened in the WTO over the past 25 years really, okay, is that I think at the same time we are witnessing something which is quite unprecedented, but at the same time there's been a lot of trouble before January 2025, right? John referred to it, and Alan knows this much better than I think anybody on the table here, because we've been involved in institutional discussions more than us. But I mean, we talk about the Doha round. Most of the students have no idea what the Doha round is, right? Because it's been going on for 25 years and it hasn't resolved to anything. There hasn't been the dispute settlement, which was a really powerful instrument, and again, Alan's been very much involved in it, has been blocked for 10 years, okay? Because then the US blocked some of the appointments there. Some of the BRICS countries has blocked discussions even going further right now on a couple of points which from a global perspective don't seem that important, but they are very important for them, and they have a very important position now which they didn't have in the past. So there's a lot of different things. Also, we're talking, everything's about tariffs right now since 4 months, right? But the things we talked about before was export constraints, right? And so we had major increase of food export constraints after the 2007 price spike on global markets, again after COVID, and again after the Ukraine war. So we've tried to design things like AMIS, the Agricultural Market Information System, to help provide transparency information on that. But all that precedes these problems at the WTO, precede Trump and the US government changes. The other thing is I think what has changed a lot, okay, is, and maybe we'll come back to that and then on item 3 as well, is the EU position. When I was, many PhD students here, when I was a PhD student and when some of the people here were either PhD students or junior professionals, everything was, the EU was always on the defensive in international trade negotiation. That's very different today. I mean, I'm in these discussions and panels, and the EU is actually the most pro-trade organization there. And it's so, I mean, of course, it just reflects that I'm old, but I mean, it is very, very different from before, I think. Then the other point where some of the panel members also referred to already is the issue of food as national security. It's really a big time issue again. I was just a couple of weeks ago in Washington at the invitation of the Munich Security Conference, you know, the famous thing where G.D. Vance made his big statement in February. So they had a parallel meeting a month ago in DC. And so there's a special session on food security. Okay, so it's back. But in a way, it's just 50 years, it's like back to the future, right? Because in the 1960s and 70s, it was a really big theme all around the world, which has the countries that experienced the war, and particularly in Europe as well. And then my final point linked to that, okay, a question that came up during the sessions, like if Trump is not re-elected next time, or I mean, he cannot at this point be re-elected, but for example, you go back to a democratic government, will we go back to the pre-2024 situation? And the feeling was, the discussion was done much on aid policy, we will not go back, okay? I think some of the changes that are introduced right now are permanent on the US side and therefore triggered through, have implications globally. I mean, I'm not sure on the trade side, okay? It depends a little bit what's going to happen, I think, in the next months and years on that, so I can't really judge. But I think it's a very important thing. And also, I mean, on the aid side, for example, I'll come back to on this tomorrow as well. I mean, Europe has changed a lot, okay? And I think right now, how the rest of the world is responding to Trump will have lasting reverberations, I think, on the trade agenda also going forward. Let me leave it at that.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Margarita. I think a lot of really good points have been made, so I can be very brief. I agree with Yo that even before Trump, multilateralism was effectively on life support, and this seems to be, as we knew it. I think things have changed fundamentally. I made a point earlier about managed trade. I think for big emerging economies, we can just see huge reallocations in the way in which trade is done. The ability of China to say, right, well, we won't buy our soybeans from the United States, we will buy them from Brazil instead. These are sort of massive changes that can take place. They're taking place within the context of bilateral deals in a kind of managed trade context, I really don't know about what follows in terms of multilateral approaches. What I do feel is that Western countries are somehow still in denial about what is happening in the United States, but I don't think that the global South is under any illusions. And I think that if we're looking at where momentum is going to come from, it's going to be from big emerging economies in terms of actually being the key countries driving forward the process. I think, I think I just conclude agreeing with Yo. I don't think there's any going back. I think the world that we knew it, and sort of mostly older white males here, is dead. Thanks.
Alan.
Yes, I think, I'm not going to be more optimistic maybe than the other panelists. The WTO is still functioning somewhat. There are committees working that are, they take issues up. For example, the EU's deforestation regulation has been challenged in the WTO in some of the committees. There is a transparency aspect, which is again, unfortunately, not fully honoured, increasingly so in terms of countries reporting on their trade policy measures. But certainly the negotiating function has almost completely stopped. There is a fisheries agreement which has been reached, which is awaiting ratification. I think there's still 8 or 9 countries that need to do that before it would come into effect. So it's not entirely dead, but it's certainly very much on life support. In terms of the ways forward, it seems to me that the approach of coalitions of the willing is something we should pursue more. In other words, open plurilateral agreements. We're not going to get all countries on board, at least in the initial stages. But is it possible to get a sufficiently large number, large in the terms of the amount of trade that they cover, to actually make commitments? For example, on trade and sustainability issues might be an example. And it is maybe just worth pointing out, we do have a working example of that insofar as various people have mentioned the dispute panel mechanism. The appellate body has not been functioning in the WTO, but a number of countries have voluntarily come together to sign up to what they call the multi-party interim arbitration agreement, which essentially says, look, if we have a dispute between ourselves and we empower a panel, that's the first step in a WTO dispute settlement procedure. The panel issues its findings. The two parties can then either accept the findings or they could challenge the findings, and it would go to the appellate body, which no longer functions, no longer exists. But now they've actually agreed, okay, we will agree to send it to an independent body that would take the place of the appellate body, and we will agree to abide by their findings. So I think that plurilateral approach potentially could be a way forward to at least, and the EU obviously could play a major role in encouraging that.
David?
Yes, and thanks, Alan, and the other panelist member, but I will refer to something that Alan has said. But let me start with what you were saying, in the sense that, it's me, so I am doing this more or less for 25 years. So we had a meeting where we were discussing this 25 years ago in Calabria with Giovanni, with Luca, with Yo, with Alan in European project, where at the time we were talking about tariffs, how you agree with tariff, how you deal with TRQ. Step by step, people say, oh, you are becoming outdated. And 25 years, things come back. But I think what is interesting here is, yes, the Doha round was a test at one point to see, is the world going to continue? And also a world with China. And it was also referred in the presentation this morning, that was already changing a bit thing. And it's about this question of diversity, okay? We have globalization because basically people for 40 years that we're discussing look like this panel, okay? Bunch of white males saying, okay, this is what we need to do. And it was easier to agree on something because we have the same view of the world. We have principle in democracy, in market economy. So that was helping to say that's where the systems will go. step by step, it has becoming more complicated because, of course, the world is becoming more diverse and with different points of view. But something that have not changed is we are dealing with a number of global public goods, okay? Trade, climate, ocean, and we need a way to govern them. And if we don't, it's a lose-lose game at the end. So now the question is how we made the governance to make it work. And yes, the WTO had faced some difficulties, including in terms of market access, but we have, after many years of suffering, get an agreement on subsidies, or in fishery subsidies, I mean harmful fishery subsidies. And that start to be implemented, including by high-income country and low-income country, because people realize that if there is no more fish in the sea, we are all going to lose. It's painful, but there is this question of need and sense of being careful about it. But over the last 25 years ago, about the last 25 years, quickly people have said, oh, you know, WTO is going to die because we are going to have so many plurilateral agreements. Because we have all these countries that want to go faster and faster in liberalization because WTO was not delivering. We have seen it. It's not so easy, okay? I mean, EU, Mercosur, we were talking about it. Tassos was talking about it. Actually, that the first paper I was working with Antoine, 2002, okay? Because the negotiations were more or less finished. We still have question mark about some implementation clause. But that's just to say that today we are moving to another kind of plurilateralism. And I think that's the question mark, you know. It's not countries that want to go faster, that potentially countries that want to go against others. And so this new spaghetti ball 2.0 is of a different nature than what we have seen in the past and what we need to be cautious about. So we have seen China negotiating targeted agreement with Brazil. We see Europe saying, oh, you know, WTO is not delivering, we are going to make our own mechanism, including with the Pacific area, because that's where some people want to do things. So there is still people that want to do things. The question is how they are going to do it. WTO can still play a role. I would say, and I will conclude on that, at which point we say it's multilateral, you know. It's never like if we get all this agreement where all countries were happy at the same time. So is it when we cover 80% of world trade? And already a good thing? So yes, if we have one country that represents 15%, but say, I am going my own way, but we still have, you know, 85% of the world trade that can go in one direction. So how we create this configuration and the incentive, and I will just finish by saying what is funny that, you know, the world has achieved a high level of globalization without internet. And when we had internet in the 90s, people say, that's going to be even simpler. Now we are a global village. And that we realized we were actually not agreeing on many things. And actually that's where we have seen some problem becoming more and more extreme. So we have 25 years to fix it.
Thanks, David. La regia, se per favore mi può dare di nuovo Teams. Ok. Tassos, the floor is yours.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks. I think we're faced with a very difficult situation here of actually pitting our wishes against reality, because we obviously all want to have a WTO working. We also all want to have a United Nations working, and we see what happened in the votes of the Security Council. One important thing that we need to keep in mind is WTO is not only about the United States. It's also about Russia, it's about China, it's about India as big players. And we have to ask the question, who has interest in having a functioning WTO? The big difference with the US is that the US used to be the leader in terms of making rules. And it has become the leader in terms of breaking the rules right now. And that's a really shocking element. To the question of who has interest in having a functioning WTO, I think Brazil and the EU come out clearly as options, but only the EU has the potential of being a leader in something. But yet we have a contradiction, because we have introduced the concept of mirror clauses. And what are mirror clauses? they are something similar to what Trump is doing for reciprocity. Trump is doing it for tariffs. We want to do it for environmental aspects. So we are trying to play leadership in trade, having also our weak points. The second point I want to raise is that it's clear that bilateral agreements create momentum. But there are limits to where they can go, and we've seen these limits. I think we're reaching these limits because there is so much you can do. There isn't much space for it. So the last question that has been raised is, could we have a coalition of the willing, if you want? I'm pretty skeptical about that because of the weight of the players that you leave out and the power they have. I think it's much better if we allow trade impacts blow in the face of Trump, because everybody knows that sooner or later we're going to see what the impact of what he's trying to do is going to be. But there is a big issue that we have left totally outside in all the discussions we're having, and for me, at least in terms of food and food security, is a real big question mark, which is the role of Africa. Because Africa is a time bomb with a population growth of 2.5% and a productivity growth of 0.45% in terms of agriculture. Trade could play an enormous role in helping the transition to something which has to be defined. And we don't even really discuss much about it when we talk about the problems of trade and the role that WTO would have to play. And last point on something that Jose Maria raised, which is very interesting, and it shows the change in the world situation. When I was based in Washington, 1996 to 2000, one of my best contacts there was Joe Mara, the late Joe Mara. He died some years back. We used to be the counterpart of Guy Legras, the Director General of DG Agri. And what Joe had told me so many times is that even when the US and the EU were, loggerheads with some of the biggest conflicts, they could pick up the phone and have a private conversation about how to smoothen out these trade conflicts. It's this that has gone from today's world and complicates a lot the solutions to what we're discussing as problems. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Tassos. I think that we have really a lot of interesting hints from this round table. I just would like to add one comment by myself on your speeches. And my comment is that I understand that one way is to increase regional agreements or plurilateral agreements. But this has proven to be successful in a world in which there is a WTO which has bound tariffs.
And once you completely destroy the bound tariffs of the WTO, because nobody is going to respect them, well, the benefits from regional trade agreements and from small areas of free trade would be much less than before, because you just have a lot of trade diversion, a huge amount of trade diversion under this situation. So my point is that, yes, we can say that we go in a next future outside from the WTO and build new rules with a smaller number of countries. However, the world trade will be seriously disrupted by these scenarios. So I would take care of the WTO, even if it's failing in going toward further liberalization. We have no further liberalization. I understand this. 25 years of just staying at the same point of 25 years ago. But one of the good things of the WTO is that up to now, nobody could go back to the 50 years. Now, the US administration is doing that. And we have to defend the rules in order to don't go back, everybody, to the situation of the 50 years. This was my just comment, but David wants to answer to this. But then we have another round, so.
I think beyond this also is who you can trust. Because if you break the rules at the WTO, why you will not break the rules in your bilateral agreements? And today that's what we see.
That's
I mean,
why
the
we
same
have to
country
defend.
is saying, okay, you know, the bilateral agreement I have with my neighbor, finally I'm going to not apply it or redefine it because I want now.
And the same thing, they do the same at the WTO. So there is also for me this, the quality of your partner in your relation and how we deal with that.
Okay, thank you a lot. I don't want to take time myself because the time is for our speakers, and I would like to go to the third issue, which is probably the most difficult one, but I think that we have to address it. And in general terms is what could be the role of our discipline in contributing meaningfully to policy and academic debates in the current global context. And in particular, I would like to ask to you, thinking about a conference that Giovanni was organizing, that we're really trying to ask to the question, where are we heading, in terms also of our research efforts. So if we have to direct our PhD students to new topics, new data, new methods, what should we do to do some further steps in providing the world with some more knowledge and some new tools to analyze trade in these completely changed scenarios? I understand that this is very difficult, but please, I ask you to have some efforts in terms of creativity and say, what do we have to tell them to study now in the next future? So I will leave the floor to Luca.
Thank
first.
you. Thank you again. So I'll try to be organized, and I see four actually main issues that I want to touch. I think more general, I think there is a cultural battle that we have to play, and which is measurements and against discretion. And as a profession, we think we have the duty to defend our own role. Also, this summer school takes the title from that. So evidence-based policy and not discretion. So you cannot just say whatever you want without being criticized. And one example is Liberation Day tariff formula. So it's that you come up with something which has the sounding of an economic equilibrium formula, and instead is just whatever. I think we have to be very aggressive on that, not accepting the idea that you can come up with whatever you have in mind, even if you are the president of the United States. So I think this is really a cultural battle that we have to accept. The second thing I think is it's what we learned from Trump. We discussed it already this morning. How can we rationalize the idea that protectionism is going to solve the problem of the middle class in the US? What we learn from that is that this is not only about trade, maybe it's not only about economics, but as Richard Baldwin said, this is about grievance. So it is how the President of the United States represent the idea that the middle class in the US has been exploited by foreigners, allies, and enemies, and has paid the positive externality in terms of economic stability or security, and now they have to pay. The enemies and allies, they have to pay back. So what we learn as economists, that it's not only about economics, but it's about politics, it's about psychology, and not taking into account all that when we apply our models based on rational theory. We have to remember that maybe there are some other elements that we are missing, that maybe they are leading the decision of politicians. The third issue is what we observe in terms of market. One of the consequences of all that is that there is a selection process throwing out from markets small firms, and markets are becoming more and more concentrated. I think that we have to take that into consideration, relying more on imperfect competition models, and this goes back to Giovanni's heritage. And we cannot avoid that. And the last point is geoeconomics. So what are the consequences of reasoning in terms of geoeconomics, friends and enemies? I think that here the idea of Pareto optimality is lost when we are in a zero-sum game, and also when relative games become the way in which you measure who is winning, who is losing, then we have to find out new ways of defining equilibrium when we don't have anymore the classical tools that we were using. We are now facing an intellectual challenge. So when people are saying that even if everybody is gaining, I'm gaining more, and therefore all the others are losers, and this is what I want to get, we have to find something new.
Luca, I like the way you used the expression cultural battle, which because outside the Italian context, it needs further explanation. But I agree that it's a matter of learning to make the cultural battle. Okay, but this is something that okay. Elements or areas that we have to, I think it's nice to work. I had to say that very recently the number of students willing to understand international policies, geopolitics, and so on has increased. So in that sense, we had to thank the current situation for the growing interest in students for researching on these elements. Which areas I think that we could strengthen? Okay, first of all, methodologies. I think that this is part of the course. You are working on methodologies, this is spatial methodology. I think we have improved a lot on how to integrate information. We have elements of artificial intelligence, we have the big data, machine learning. All these areas, I think, are methodological but needed for studying trade and agricultural economics. Second idea that is more conceptual, philosophical, which is that it happened that very often the kind of topics studied by, let's say, the trade and macroeconomics are a little away from the many problems, many local problems, many problems of small farming and so on. In that sense, like two worlds, which it's very difficult, they integrate, but we know that many resistances there is because trade has an impact on local economies and local actors. And this is, I think, we need to integrate, or we have to establish at least a dialogue between these two approaches. Third idea is that we have a problem of funding research. And this problem of funding means it is related with the crisis of many international organizations, but also on a new way of understanding universities, and academic institutions, which we see in the other side of the sea, of the Atlantic, but we are starting to suffer a little, and we have many problems which relate to public goods, to elements that they are not private interest in funding this kind of research. So this is a challenge that we have. And finally, there is a problem of explanation to the society of our results. I mean, the research results, the findings. I think that some of many of of the guys are in the table. You are good teachers. You have very nice blogs. I had to congratulate because I have transferred parts of these blogs to my students. They have been very useful. But we have the problem of explaining even why we have the direct payments, the capital payments in the European Union. Because there is the theory, the nice theory, is that we are more environmentally friendly. We had to focus them on environmental targets, but shall we understand and do we transfer to the society that we were obliged to transform our system of payments because of an international negotiation? And this was the reason why we have direct payments. That was the WTO is linked to the current CAP, or the current CAP is extremely linked to the World Trade Organization agreement. These kind of things, I think that we need to explain a little bit more. We have to be able to transfer this, and I say again, most of what the guys who are in this table are able to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was interesting to see the link with Giovanni's first conference that you organized, 1992. It was the first time I really met him. I had met him before, I think when we were both, I was at least a PhD student, he may have been a young professor already. And back here, I always thought that Giovanni's university was at the seaside, because every time he organized international conference was in this really nice resorts, and so I actually never been to this place. In terms of the question, actually, this is the easiest one to answer, I think, okay? Because, I mean, the whole world is open for you, okay? Because as John said and David said, we're old, we're out of touch with reality, so that means the world is waiting for you guys to step in and to come up with new ideas, new models, new things to do. And I'm only half joking on this, because I think there is a ton of work to be done. Okay, so I think on that sense there is no question. So even the people who may not follow your advice are often still interested in the indicators that you develop, the insights that you have, or there's a lot of stakeholders out there who may not set the policies, but they are definitely very interested in what the impacts are, and therefore very interested in work in this area. And so things like, I mean, how do you best respond to what is going on, or what may happen in the future? And if we can't come up with the best policies, or that's not an option, so what about the second best or the third best strategies? Okay, so I think there's a ton to be done. I also think that we have to, and this is irrespective of the current upheaval in global markets and policies, we are really in a different world compared to 10, 15 years ago in terms of types of models and analysis that one needs to do. Okay, we need to be much more explicit on how, when I was younger, our focus was very much on distortions of market distortions, prices, income levels, etc. Right? Right now we have to build in our models the environmental impacts, the nutrition impacts, the health impacts, biodiversity impacts, all these things, which really there's a lot of progress in that thing, but lots to be done, and David knows this much better than anybody else, I would say. Also, the issue which has come back today on resilience, okay, I think resilience is core in overall, I think, in the things we talk about, but resilience is a broad concept. From a policy perspective, has different dimensions, things like, okay, how can you prevent shocks? How can you prepare for shocks? How can you deal with shocks once they occur? Okay, each of these has policy impacts, and all of this, I think there's a lot of really important work to be done and very useful work to be done. And then my last point, maybe picking up on what Tassos has said on Africa, so he referred to it as potential time bomb. I think that's the challenge. At the same time, there's an opportunity. There's a huge amount of unrealized productivity gains there in Africa, a huge amount of economic efficiency gains that can be realized, and particularly also in the trade area. Antoine, who's sitting there, Antoine Bouet, who talked this morning, he has done more work than maybe anybody else on looking at non-tariff trade barriers in Africa, which are huge. So there's a lot of work to be done there in making these possible. I know right now the World Bank has launched a major investment plan looking at, okay, which are really the core problems, I think they have identified 57 hotspots in terms of problems, in terms of trade, and launched a major investment problem there. Regional trade is a big thing, okay? So it's actually falling apart in some cases more than actually building. But even within this difficult WTO environment, I mean, the gains from regional trade are huge, and of infrastructure investments, etc. So I think there's a ton to be done. Okay, I'm very much more about how to finance the research than about the questions that are there to be addressed.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, just a few thoughts that sort of echo a bit what's gone before. I think, you know, we need our models to look at. I think David made a point about risk and uncertainty, and I think a lot of the risks, a lot of the structural factors are structural risks, and the politics is more uncertainty. So structural risks, political uncertainty. I think that's something we need to think about, and in pursuing that, even our existing models, I think, need recalibrating because all our assumptions have been blown asunder, but including about the relative terms of trade between agriculture and other sectors. We've seen from Lucia this morning the role of new models, global value network models, the importance of firm-level data as well. That seems to be a gap there. I would suggest as well that, I mean, Yo and I both started off much of our studies looking at the political economy of agriculture and what made agriculture so distinct and so highly protected relative to other sectors. And there were a number of reasons for this that, you know, organized and concentrated interests with a clear interest in protecting their own income, smaller groups with lower incentives to free ride on political activity versus consumers who are diffuse and they were rationally ignorant, as it was termed, about the costs of policies because it wasn't worth becoming informed if you're paying extra for your bag of sugar. So there was this literature, including in the trade literature, about endogenous protection. And I think, you know, we maybe need to go back to that. And I think it's also tied into the political scientists were already onto this 30 years ago about identity politics, agrarianism, agrarian fundamentalism, and the role that has. And I think that is something where there's room for more work. You know, 78% of US farmers voted for Trump. A majority of British farmers voted for Brexit, although that was turkeys voting for Christmas, but they did it anyway. And if we look in Germany, in Saxony, I think it's 48% support for Alternative for Deutschland. So I think really understanding the politics and the peculiar politics of agriculture will be important. I must say that the title of this meeting is about evidence-based policy making. I get worried a lot of what gets funded comes from an advocacy point of view from the inception. And so instead of being about evidence-based policy making, it's about it's about policy-based evidence making. It works the other way, and I think that farmers, in particular, are feeling like, hang on a minute, I'm being described as purely the culprit in a kind of broken food system. And I think the value of economics is that we can lay bare costs and benefits and illuminate trade-offs across different dimensions. And I think other disciplines aren't doing this. And you know, across all these, David was referring to all these global public goods, trade-offs across food security, across farm incomes, across nutrition. I mean, I think as economists, we've got to get a grip on those trade-offs and be the ones who drive that agenda, not have it come from a very tendentious advocacy standpoint. And just one thing maybe I should have mentioned in my earlier mark is I think this thing about coalitions of the willing, I think we need to acknowledge that what's happening on agricultural trade and trade more generally is now getting really tied in with security, defense, this friendshoring concept, the scenarios we're going to be looking at. I think who you're trading with is this friendshoring thing it's tied in with security and defense as well. So I'll leave it with those points. Thanks.
I just have 2 points, but just to respond to your final remark in the second question, Margarita, it was, I had an aphorism here which I didn't use, which I actually seems to be quite appropriate, which apparently there was a Dutch lawyer in the 17th century, Hugo Grotius, and he was apparently the father of international commercial law, and his aphorism was, if I get my Latin right, pacta sunt servanda. Agreements must be honored. I don't know whether the Italian is rather similar to the Latin, but anyway, that was, if you want international trade, then agreements must be honored. That was the sort of, anyway, 2 points. One is in terms of issues, I referred in my first set of comments to the EU's emphasis on values-based trade, and Tassos quite rightly, in my view, suggested that gives rise to some tensions with other sort of trade policy objectives, where if you want to try to build coalitions of the willing, you know, whether it's to promote positive global public goods, or whether it's to stand up to coercion from third countries, then you know, we are certainly not creating friends in some of the approaches and policies that we have taken. We think that we're in our full right to try to address these issues of, you know, deforestation, antibiotic resistance, spread of pesticides and the environmental damage, but not everybody agrees with it. So how we actually try to get some consensus around that trade and sustainability agenda, I think, is a really important research issue, and would be great to see people devote efforts to that. My other final piece of advice, and maybe this is just comes from again the age profile that we represent here, but I do think any young researcher who is interested in sort of the politics of international trade is don't ignore your history. I really think getting a good grasp of history is kind of a really important starting point for trying to understand you know, policies and policy responses. It's interesting that you know, there's been a sort of a general acceptance, I think, in the discussion today that Trump's trade policy actions simply do not make sense, even from his own declared objectives. But this is simply not the first time that international leaders have, you know, made fools of themselves, if you like. And if you think that Keynes's first breakthrough book was not the general theory, it was the book he wrote in 1919, The Economic Consequences of the Peace. That made his name, and it was just a searing criticism of the three leaders, Lloyd George in Britain, Clemenceau in France, and Woodrow Wilson in the United States, who essentially forced the Versailles Treaty on defeated Germany, and gave rise, as we know, to the sequence of events which led to the horrible outbreak of the Second World War. So, you know, we've been here before, is that kind of the message I want to give, and I think it's really important. People will have heard references to the Smoot-Hawley tariff, you know, trying to understand the fact that globalization has had ups and downs, and I can only recommend the book Globalization and History by, well, Kevin O'Rourke was actually a colleague of mine in Trinity at the time when he wrote that with Jeffrey Williamson. It's a magisterial look at globalization over the 19th century. And if you're interested in getting into this area of research, you know, my recommendation and suggestion is don't forget your history, and maybe start with O'Rourke and Williamson. Thanks.
David, how do we have to change our modeling tools to address the new issues in this new context?
I will address this. But first, and once again, it's great always to be after Alan, so I really pick my chair properly. The easy way to say what you should do in the next 25 years is first, you know, you pick a topic. Over 25 years, it will come back on the table at one point. You know, you look tariffs, you look quota, because more or less you need a 25, 30-year generation of policymakers that say, you know, guys, I have a great idea. It has never been tried before. We are going to increase public stock and problem will be solved. Or we need tariffs, or we need fixed exchange rate. So it will come back because, you know, people have bright ideas. And as an economist, 85% of your time is to kill bad ideas, by the way. Don't think you are going to change the world. You try just to make it not a too bad place for most other people to live in. No, but more seriously, I mean that, you know, and you know all the idea and pushed by Fukuyama that the end of history, so globalization will prevail and things like this. Few people that know history know it doesn't happen like this, because history never ends, even if sometimes you have some repetition. So my advice is look at the papers written between 75 and 85, and you will get a lot of inspiration for what you to do. Because, you know, we started the roundtable by quoting a 2020 paper, and you and myself say, okay, Stiglitz and Newbery, 1984. But actually the 70s is a blueprint of what we are living in right now. Commodity shocks, inflation, a US president having a strong idea and some disputable moral values. The world decided to create the CGIAR, IFAD, to deal with that. We had export restriction. We had the European and Japan say we cannot trust the US, so we are going to invest more in Latin America. And that leads to actually the development of Brazil. You may also know that we had an oil shock due to conflict in the Middle East. So go back to this part, and both you will see the geopolitics, the macroeconomy has a lot of similarity. And if you look at the paper, you will see they were doing interesting things. And I think that very important. Just the big difference compared to the time is, yes, focus more on the question of sustainability. And that's very important because climate change was not so much in the mind, even if already at the time you have people that say, maybe we are doing something wrong, you know. And of course, Africa, that is going to be the next critical continent for the future of the world. And you will have, by 2050, 2 billion people in Africa. So marginally, that's where the action will take place and will have a significant impact on the trajectory of the world. Now, as I've said, trade is going not to disappear. So you can work on trade. And that's going to still give you a job, at least I hope. But of course, read the classics. Alan was quoting, was referring to Keynes. I'm going to quote him because I think that, you know, that's one of his famous quotes, but it's very, very important to keep in mind. Practical men who believe themselves to be quite exempt from any intellectual influence are usually the slaves of some defunct economist. Madmen in authority who hear voices in the air are distilling their frenzy from some academic scribbler of a few years back. And that's pretty important. And actually, we can discuss the rationality of some decision, but if you look at the Mar-a-Lago agreement, or I'm not sure what we call it already, but this blueprint, there is a lot of rational thinking on it. And it's rooted in the 50s and 60s thinking, you know? Because that were basically the golden age, or at least how people see the golden age, and their software is based on that. And one of the elements is you don't maximize welfare. You maximize industrial production. Because you win war with industrial production, not welfare. And that's how you see how some of these policies are set. So in terms of research, I will say, yes, policy decisions are not exogenous. They are endogenous. So you need to work on political economy to integrate it in models. You need to think about game theory. If you're interested in the past, you can see a paper we did with Antoine also, how we combine CGE and game theory to capture some of that. And also this question of objective function. If you think that policymakers maximize welfare, you are missing a part of the story. And that's why when you actually show some of the results of Antoine this morning, I am sure that some policymakers said, that's what we want. Industrial go up. These countries are hurt. They are hurt more than us. Good. And so we have to keep this in mind. The three other things that are important for your research is think beyond the public sector. You have to understand firms. It has been very clear this morning. More than half of the trade is managed by firms. How much, we don't know, actually. And they play also a key role in the political economy. You know, sometimes if a policymaker take a bad decision, that's not you as an economy that's directly going to influence him or her. It's a CEO that takes a phone and says, no, but what are you doing here? And I'm paying for your next campaign, so please stop. And that's how, if you understand firms, you better understand the elements. Then you need to break silos between, I would say, the real economy and the financial world. I mean, if you see what have even influenced the change in trade policy, that's not the change in trade. That's how the markets, the financial market has reacted. And so really understanding also, we had the discussion this morning, trade and exchange rate. But exchange rate can be driven by capital flows. So you know how you integrate, I would say, traditional real economy model with financial markets is an important way to go. And finally, we are in a world where there's a lot of information and we need to process it, and we need to process it in real time. So investing in new method, in AI is pretty important, you know. When you have this policymaker in the world that are taking decisions every day, and you need to either just step back and understand the noise, or to make sure that you are coming to a meeting and you are not talking about the situation of 2 weeks ago, you need to process a lot. So invest in this new technology, because you are not going to have an army of interns that will do it for you. And that was the old world. I didn't know this period, it was already disappearing. I was the only intern for Antoine at the time. So. But no, programming is important, you know. So know the classics, bridge domain, and make sure that you increase your productivity by investing in new tools.
Thank you so much. So, last but not least, Tassos.
Yeah, that's one of the most frustrating moments, because I'm supposed to give some hints, advice, if you want, however you want to call it, to an audience that I don't see. I see you guys, but you heard it before. But anyway, what I will try to do is share my screen. So I'd like, do you see something or not?
Yes, we see.
Yes, we see.
Okay, good. So what I would like to do is, I think the most important thing in terms of our role and our experience is to try to indicate what has changed. And that's what the focus of the first part of what I want to say is going to be in 4 graphs. The first graph is one that I don't know how many times I gave to Giovanni, but there is a difference. In this graph, on the left-hand side, you have in billion euros how much we spend on the cap. All the various colors that are linked also to WTO definitions are what Jose Maria rightly reminded us, that we changed the common agricultural policy because we had to do for reasons related to the WTO. But on the right-hand side, the axis is different. So I've done a series of different axes on income, on emissions, or what have you. This one is on the agricultural trade surplus. And what it shows in very clear terms, and actually the 2 axes have the same size in terms of billion euros, is the very direct and positive impact of the succession of CAP reforms on the agricultural trade balance of the European Union. And that's a trade balance that is a two-way street, because both exports have gone up and imports have gone up. More, if you want, on what I did on LinkedIn, because now I want to focus on 2 other things that change at the global level. Looking at the agricultural trade of the big 5, what you see on top is Brazil in green and the EU in blue, in the increase of their agricultural trade balance. With purple, I have India, relatively stable. The US was winning, and it has been losing recently. And China has increasing its agricultural trade deficit. If you group these results in decades, what you see is that in the first parts of this century, I mean up until the mid 2013, 15, Brazil was a clear winner, continues to be the clear winner, but the EU and the US were both winning from the same overall global framework. India had a minor and continues to have a minor trade surplus, and China was sucking in agricultural imports because it has a lot of surplus in manufacturing and can afford to do it. The big surprise is what happened to the US. the US has turned into the loser, and the US has turned into the loser. It's a big story to explain it because their domestic policy didn't change and still is a bulk commodity policy of counter-cyclical support. And if you look at the two coasts of the US, they consume what the Europeans and other emerging or developed economies are consuming, and not what Americans thought they had to consume. And the last point, that's another graph you had seen on several times, but this is different than in the past in the sense that when with John Buffett of the World Bank, we did the paper at the time that also Yo was doing his paper on the commodity markets. That was back in 2012 that we did the paper. And we finished by saying that in the longer term, agricultural prices in real terms will go back to the long-term downward trend. Well, we have 25 years of this century, and this hasn't happened. In fact, if you go back to the 1870s, we have a persistent downward trend in real agricultural prices that was interrupted by two world wars, the Korean War and the energy crisis of the 70s. You see it on the left of the slide. You have co-movements, you have energy prices in red going up, co-movement on fertilizer, agricultural and energy prices. But what you have is the increase in energy in fertilizer is greater than the increase in agricultural prices. So you have a cost squeeze. And the other feature that is new is the dotted line of food inflation. We have had ups and downs in commodity prices. We've never had what we have now in food inflation. So that stops. You have the PowerPoint. You should, of course, give it around. So my first point here is we're living in a world that has dramatically changed, because if we're having an increase in the real prices of agricultural commodities, but at the same time we have food inflation that hurts the gains that we have had over many, many years of reducing the part of expenditure of households that goes to food, then something has to happen to reverse the situation. And this something has a word, it's called productivity, despite the allergy that exists in many quarters in the European Union about productivity, but it has to be sustainable productivity. It has to combine an increase in the economic part of the productivity with a reduction in the footprint of agriculture on the environment. And that's the difficult thing to do. It is something that is happening in many parts of the world and in many sectors, but it's something that is not being pretty well advertised. And it's an area where there is scope for merging research activities of different professions. And that's what I'm doing in the two research projects on the advisory board. But what I have found is, we economists like to work with prices. We turn everything into something that has a price equivalent without necessarily believing that this price is a perfect reflection of what should happen. But it's a real signal that guides decisions of both producers and consumers, and and how this gap between supply and demand is being arranged and balanced. When it comes to physical sciences, the focus is on physical units, and prices are generally absent. And when they're present in a very curious way. Alan recently, and Alan is, by the way, perfect in reading all the literature that is out there and helping us with his summaries. He picked up this, I think, the European University Institute of three former commission experts for climate, that focused exactly on what you have to do with carbon farming. And here is a price of 50 or 100 for carbon. Now, none of us would ever go and buy a product that would say, it might cost 50, but it also might cost 100. But yet, when it comes to carbon pricing, when it comes to taxation linked on carbon, when it comes actually to any type of border measures we want to impose, we use with a lot of laxity the concept of a price of carbon, without knowing what the heck we measure. And there is plenty of scope for ag economists working together with physical scientists in trying to define what is a price of carbon, which is of course linked to different soil conditions, to different management practices, that would lead the debate not only about domestic policy reform, but about the impact that domestic policy reforms are going to have at the global level. And while this is not in the radar screen in the current context, I believe strongly that we will not escape having to come back and discuss strongly the need to link together the economic and the environmental aspects, and the link, in a sense, to link together climate action and food security. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Tassos. Well, I think that we have more or less finished our questions.
And
I would like to leave the floor to you
to
to
raise
raise
issues
on
on
all the things that you have been
hearing
here,
listening,
listening,
and
then we have the opportunity to go back to our panelists to answer, to comment on each other, and then we close the session because everybody is
tired at this point of the day. Yes, I see in your face. My face is also very tired. Questions from the floor, curiosity you would like to raise about what you have been listening. Oh, Egor, once again, yes, you are more than welcome here.
First of all, thank you very much for your interesting insights and discussion to share your opinions. And I just, it's not like a comment, it's more like a question for you. Maybe you can also share your opinion on this. Because during this event, we are discussing a lot the Trump administration and their policy. But the problem is that Trump was supported by a lot of people and was actually elected during the general election in the USA. And in Europe, there are many political forces that are also favoring some kind of similar policies in the European Union. So here is my question in the sense that maybe why do you think people in general support this approach of not evidence-based policy making? What could maybe the scientific community do in this sense? Maybe present some kind of a separate political force even, or what could be the approach of the community in this sense, of the scientific community? Maybe what is the view basically on how the information is distributed in the society? Maybe why not evidence-based opinions and solutions are represented more in this sense that in the social media, also the factor of different online media platforms, why maybe views that are not scientific based received more support? What is maybe the reason why fake news are more distributed, and why people, more people maybe are becoming more favorable to this use, and maybe how the scientific community could respond maybe in this way? Because it's also related to my topic of interest, how information is distributed. So maybe what could be here the problem with the sources, with scientific sources basically, why people cease to use scientific sources, also politicians in this sense. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Egor. I would like to collect some questions and then we leave the floor to our panelists. Yes, Antoine.
I think that so protectionism in the US will remain, but also the attitude of US authorities to WTO will also remain, even more deeply maybe than protectionism, because amongst Democrats and Republicans there is really anti-multilateral feeling. There was this paper by Henrik Horn and Petros Mavroidis, so two white male, not so young people, and they were recommending to make the US leave the WTO. What do you think of this proposition?
Thanks a lot. This was one of the questions that we have tried to raise, but probably we failed to address it properly, so we can ask once again to the speakers to address this issue. Further questions from the floor? Lucia. Sorry, Donato, we continue to discuss. Lucia.
I don't know if mine is more of a question or a comment, but I was very interested by the overall discussion, but also the special point about how to get back multilateralism, how to recover some sort of common grounds to discuss issues and to bring about international trade. I think that this has become, and David, I think, mentioned this, has become more and more difficult because it was successful, because the WTO has expanded, many more countries joined, diversity increased in WTO, and finding common answers and common grounds when you come from very different backgrounds, objectives, cultural perspectives, etc., is indeed very, very difficult. So I remember back right after the Doha round, the Uruguay round, when the WTO was created, that some economists thought that the breaking point of the institution was created by signing the TRIPS agreement, because the TRIPS agreement is really a treaty that tries to put together two different perspectives from different groups of countries in the world about intellectual property rights and the way to deal with them. Because this is, I'm saying this especially to the students who might not be too familiar with it, but we take for granted that patents should be granted, copyrights should be granted in the Western world. In other parts of the world, this is not something necessary, possibly. So if you try to put together different views to reconcile them, it's difficult to find true multilateral, to find common decisions. But this is what we need if we want to trade. I think that the alternative would be to break the world into fragmented groups that have their own settings of rules. So I was wondering if you think that rather than having a full-fledged trade war, everyone against everyone, would it be better to have groups of similar countries that find some common grounds, or would this be worse in terms of tensions, economic development, and so on? So having a nation WTO, if you want, or something like that. Would that be better? Would that be worse? Would that be possible? Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Lucia. All very good points. I will not be in your place, all of you, to answer to this question.
Margarita, may I?
Yes.
I would have to leave at some point, if I may, whenever you finish the first round of questions, come up at least with an answer in the first.
At what time do you have to go away?
In 10 minutes.
Okay, so you can answer to these points right now?
Right now?
Go ahead.
Okay. It's the first one on information, which I think is extremely important question, because we have seen in many areas a manner by which way collective thinking is going all over the place. Now, I would like to answer by giving 3 concrete examples, because for me it's about leadership, and leadership it's about sticking your neck out even if you have to go against the trend. And these are experiences related to the European Union. First of all, on the issue of the applications or the non-applications of agricultural biotechnology in Europe. When it comes to human health, biotechnology was fine. Animal health, also plant health, it's a disaster. But we never gave the battle about the emerging threats with children vaccination. Never. We just allowed all sort of ideas floating, which now, are taking a very strong hold on both sides of the Atlantic on children vaccination, because those that were supposed to open their mouth didn't and avoided it. Second point, in terms of analysis that is more close to our area. I presented in the Hong Kong ministerial as a head of unit, just not even a director at the time, in a group of 70 people, most of which were journalists, and there were representatives of other WTO participants. The analysis that we had done in DG Agri, with the help of some of you, and Giovanni also was involved in that, but also internally, I think Alan remembers that very well. An analysis on the scenarios of our proposal, the proposal of the United States, and the proposal of the then G20, the Brazilians, Argentinians, and the rest. In the public, we made this presentation. And we defended it throughout all the process of whatever were negotiations, in the public, making adjustments. Second, and third, and the last point, the difference between the Paris Agreement and the Green Deal. One of the biggest successes of all times of the European Commission is, in my view, the Paris Agreement. One of the most difficult agreements to implement, but one that was based on very solid analysis and evidence base, both from DG Klima and then subsequently from DG Agri with the Joint Research Center to make the proposal we made with Håkan about the CAP reform. If you compare that with the Green Deal, what you saw was a competition of slogans of who will climb the ladder of the higher ambition. Paris Agreement was based on minus 43% reduction of emissions at the borderline, the frontier of technological improvements. Then why not 50? Why not 55%? And we saw the result. So we have to focus a lot on evidence-based that is really solid and that also has a communication strategy, despite the political cost that comes with it. If we fail in that, I think we are for deep trouble in the future. And once more, thanks for the opportunity to join you online, and I really regret not being able to be among you. I hope I'll see you around at the European conference.
Thanks a lot, Tasso, for your participation, even under these difficulties that you had. So we were very happy to have you anyway, even if online. Any other question from the floor? Well, I have one question, probably
more for you than for the others. You has been working a lot on political economy models. And my question is, do you feel that we still can use the Grossman and Helpman model to explain what is going on? Do you feel that probably there should be also some theoretical work to do in order to update our explanation of policymaking behaviors, since are not based anymore on economic reasons, rather they are based on strategic reasons, let's say, political reason, politics reason, no more economic reasons. So is this one of the field in which probably there is something to do? And more generally, do you feel that we have to work also a bit more about theory? Because we are talking a lot about methodologies, models. Should we go back also to some advances in the theory to update it to the new context? This is just one example, the models of political economy, but probably we have to reflect to a number of issues that should be a bit updated from that point of view. Any other question from the floor? So I will start once again from the very beginning. If Luca, if you have something to say, you're more than welcome. If you want to skip your turn, you just tell us and we go to the Is there a coffee break afterwards?
No, unfortunately, I'm a university professor, so I can speak about every topic. You elephants, zebras, whatever. And so I will be very short. And this is a problem because when you said that you will be very short, you will end up talking for 1 hour. So what we have to do with rationalizing politician actions, and not only Trump but populist in many countries, I think that there is no other solution that we have to study. And this has been said many times already in this panel. So study history or institution matters, or so I think that we have to face this with the same tools of the past. So be serious in what you do and not take shortcomings, and enforce critical thinking in the university, and and study new things. So how this information is spread through the media, it's a very new topic, and it's not only Donald Trump, but how Donald Trump is able to make his own ideas so widespread around that you consider that the new normal. So I think that we have to continue doing what we did, which is studying, because it's not only about trade or populism, it's about the deficiency of democracy. So it's an imperfect political system. We have to face that, but I think that we don't have better alternatives than that, and we have to face, as for the WTO, way of managing in the best possible way an institution which is full of problems. As far as leaving the US go, I'm very radical in that. I think that the US government is very aggressive in terms of trade policy. I think that we have to be as aggressive as the US, not in terms of retaliation, but in terms of being consistent on what we think are the imperfect second best or third best options. So if you want to impose prohibitive tariffs with respect to all the rest of the world, so basically you want to go to autarky, we know that autarky is not good. So I don't see the point of following the US on that strategy. So if this is the decision of the US, well, the US is 8%, 7% of trade world. We mentioned that all the morning and the afternoon. So if the US want to become the new North Korea, that's fine. So let's go and establish institutionally rules that allow all the others which are against that idea working. And this is related to the WTO. In terms of political economy, I said it already, so I think that we have maybe enriched a little bit the way. And here, behavioral economics have some tools, and network analysis as well, so we can enrich the models, the choice model that we have in mind.
Thank you, Luca, again for interpreting my thoughts and expressing. I say it honestly, and you express very well many things that I agree. Okay, two ideas, just the concerns about, okay, we have fakes, a fake world, and then we have evidences, studies, experts, and there is like, we don't sell, we don't have good products to sell, I think. But, okay, there are two mistakes in the, this is my honest opinion, this is let's say political can be, which is that there is not enough participation in key decisions by local actors, and we see, for example, the Mercosur agreement, and there are lots of evidences that the Mercosur agreement provides, let's say, general benefits, let's say, for European Union and for both sides, but policymakers don't take the risk to open a debate, a national debate on this. They don't open the national debate, so farmers are reluctant, they don't know, they react because they are not taken into consideration at the national, I will say at the national level. At the European level, at Brussels level, you have the Copa Cogeca, but these are like instances which are a little far from, let's say, the national interest. And we know that many of these interests are not, let's say, only, or we will say they are particular or private interests, they are not general interests, but I think that we had to take risk for calling for more participation in this international debate. And a second and final comment, and this is not very nice to say, but here, because we don't have, I am far from my country, so I won't, you know, this is not recorded for sure. This will not be shown in YouTube, for sure. But I think that many researchers, we are afraid of losing our subsidies, our funds. And then we have more and more evidence that if you are honest, if you are providing results, you get a feedback, and not always a positive feedback from politicians in your country. This pressure means that the reaction is to research on non-relevant issues. Let's research on non-relevant issues. We don't have problems. We will not face, and we'll apply for the public aids, and we go on in our promotions. Okay, this is passivity, which is a forced passivity, let's say, is also a little part of the problem. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Let me pick maybe 3 points to very briefly on the point whether it would be better to have multilateral arrangements versus clubs, if you want, of similar countries. You know, the point was made before by some of my colleagues. If you look at, I mean, multilateral is under pressure, but I mean, Brexit, I mean, this, I mean, says that the regional ones or the similar club ones are not very stable. The US is just pulling out of just much out of NAFTA. It's not called NAFTA anymore, as out of WTO, and also in Africa, some of their regional trade agreements are falling apart or are under pressure at certainly this point. Just small points, and maybe some people can say more about that. Let me say a little bit more about Margarita's comment on the Grossman-Helpman model and on the information issue. Let me start with the information issue. I referred to that in my response on point 1. So I've done actually quite a bit of work when I was still an academic researcher on the role of information, and particularly the supply of information society, because it was triggered by my work back in the 1990s on actually how media, how policymakers responded to some of the outbreaks of the food safety crisis in Europe, okay, and then and the role that the media played in that. And so based on that, I've done a number of both theoretical work and empirical work. And so if you look at the role of media, right, if you look back to history now, in Europe, for example, until the 1990s really, and certainly until the 1980s, I mean, basically the state controlled the vast majority of the media. Either it was completely controlled by the state, most of TV stations, or the newspapers were associated with political parties, okay? It's only since the 1990s that we have commercial interests really becoming very important. The US is very different. There from the very beginning, from 150 years ago, it was always commercial media. And basically, if you look at in the 1990s, 2000, all the surveys showed that, for example, on hot topics, sensitive topics like GMOs, for example, 80 to 90% of the public got this information from mass media. It was before social media. Now I'm sure it's 90% from social media, or 95% or something like that. And so the issue is, okay, how is that affecting people's perspective? How is that affecting pressure, public pressure in society, and how is that affecting policymakers? And the point which John referred to as well, the concept of rational ignorance, was actually, it's a point which was made by Anthony Downs in a 1957 book called An Economic Theory of Democracy. And there he makes the point that people are only informed about things they really affects them, okay? Because there's so many things going on in society, it's too expensive for them to invest, to buy newspapers or whatever, to get fully informed. At this point, the question is, of course, we're in a very different world, okay? At this point, information is essentially cost is zero. But there's two costs still with information. One is an opportunity cost. If you have 100 TV channels, or actually in my apartment in Washington, I have 4,000 TV channels. I'm not kidding, okay? So just going through them takes me 2 hours. Right, so just make the select. So there's an opportunity cost of information selection. And the second one is the ideology. Typically, you get information about something associated with certain, whether it be in the US it's Fox News versus some CNN or whatever. It's the same, you have similar things in many European countries. And so you basically associate, I mean, these go together, they're a package, okay? If you dislike the ideology, you're not using the information that is being given there. And so that means there is still cost on it. And so the rational ignorance hypothesis still works, but in different ways as it is before, okay? Now, to what extent, and so there's quite a literature out there which talks about the role of echo chambers, while basically you are reading the same thing as people have the same ideological preferences as you have, and that means you talk to each other, okay? People with the similar types of interest, and that leads to certain political outcomes. And I mean, this is, again, I haven't done much research on it for the last 10 years, okay, but I mean, the emergence of certain political groups, be it in the US, be it in Europe or elsewhere, it certainly plays a role there. I have done work also empirically, okay, with Alessandro Olper, okay, in terms of, how does this play a role? And we find that, for example, we looked at agricultural policies in the about 15 years ago, I think, the data we got, and we found that agricultural policies were better in countries with a free press, okay? And the reason is that the logic, there's a paper by David Stromberg, who argues that a free press, okay, wants to make money, okay, so therefore tries to basically provide information to as many possible people as possible, kind of to overcome, it kind of overcomes as a mechanism to overcome this hurdle of cost of information. Okay, so the question whether this still holds, yes or no, I mean, that would be a great topic for some of the young people in the room here. And then the last point on whether we need different models, or whether the Grossman-Helpman model is still relevant. Well, I would say I actually thought it was never all that relevant, because I read it when I was a PhD student, and I know the literature really well then, okay? And so what it does not, so one of the basic features of agricultural policy is that it's counter-cyclical. That means when economic conditions go down, there's a lot of pressure on governments to pick up and therefore raise protection, right? And so when economic terms improve, there is a less pressure and therefore the Grossman-Helpman model does not predict that. Okay, so when I first read it, I said, this is going nowhere, this paper. Then, of course, it became the paper in political economy and the entire literature. So. But the reason why it may actually become more relevant than ever is, you know the title of the paper? Protection for Sale. Protection for Sale. So that seems more relevant than ever right now. So let me end by that. Okay.
Thanks.
Protection for Sale.
Jonathan.
This is a stage at which I start getting like Trump myself, by I'm making it up as I go along, right? So that I think the first question from the one from a young researcher was about far right policies, and it made me think that the first policy class I had from Alec McCalla, again we're going back to literature in the 1950s. And it was Willard Cochrane's theory of the treadmill. And the treadmill had that productivity improvements in agriculture were what were leading to a decline in prices. And if you were among the productive farmers that were driving those productivity improvements and that were driving prices down, you know, you'd make temporary profits until those profits were eroded, and you could kind of keep up and keep on the treadmill. But there were a class of laggard farmers, as it was referred to in Willard Cochrane's 1958 book, who could not keep up with the productivity improvements, and they were under stress. And that was the first class I had in agricultural economics, and I don't think that argument has gone away. I think that you have productivity improvements. I think you have people who continue to do exactly the same thing from one year to the next. They find that their life is getting progressively more difficult. When I was in Paris I think it was last year, there was a climate demonstration going on in one part of Paris. There were a couple of demonstrators throwing paint over, I can't remember which painting it was in the Louvre. You've got that side of things, but meanwhile the farmers were blocking the roads because they didn't want their fuel subsidy taken away. So you know, farmers, I think they're under stress, they're under genuine stress, and it's a context in which we're not doing a good job of explaining that dynamic and offering intergenerational opportunities. People think, well, I need to be able to keep my land and keep doing what I was doing, not confronting that issue. And it's the context in which you then start to look for somebody else to blame. Oh, let's blame migrants. Let's blame somebody else. It's not coming from within and looking for somebody else to blame. And I think it's a class that is very easily exploited. And I think in terms of tone and tone of communication, I think we've really managed it very poorly in the way that we have spoken to farmers about their role in society. And at the risk of broadening it out and really shooting from the hip here, I think that one thing that we've been very reluctant to talk about is class. You know, I think, you know, in recent years, we can talk about issues of race, we can talk about issues of gender, but if you say to somebody who's a poorly educated white male, you know, possibly a farmer, you're socially advantaged and you're part of a privileged group, it really doesn't, they don't like it. And they feel that, I think they feel that they're under threat in terms of the way that quote unquote elites are talking down to them. And so I think we've got our own role in terms of how we deal with that. So I think that's scary enough. I think on the WTO, if I say anything, Alan will put it better after the meeting. So I'll leave that to Alan.
Alan, please.
I didn't really want to say anything on the WTO, but I just think that first question we were posed is a really interesting one, as Tass has also commented. I mean, it was in two parts, I think. I mean, one was the issue why we see, you know, majorities, as correctly pointed out in the United States, and indeed also in terms of the Brexit referendum in the UK. Why do we see majorities voting for what, you know, would seem to be economically irrational policies? And I guess there is now quite a literature. I'm not at all expert in it in terms of, you know, the rise of populism, which of course can be left-wing populism as well as right-wing populism. You can look at economic reasons. It's clear that we've seen a huge growth in inequality within countries, although globally we've seen, at least until very recently, a catch-up, a convergence of incomes per capita. But within countries, we've seen a growth in inequality, and particularly since COVID and with the high inflation, you know, we've just seen a drop in living standards for the median wage earner in most of our countries, even though nominal GDP may have continued to rise because the gains have gone to quite a small group of people. You can look at those, you can look at cultural explanations, where clearly hostility to immigration, but also identity issues play a role. A literature that I've only just become aware of is this geography of discontent literature. I don't know whether people have looked at that, but essentially it arises I don't know how many of you looked at the electoral map of Germany after the most recent federal elections there. But the former Eastern German voting districts, every one of them was red, that the majority vote had gone for the AfD, except for Berlin, and not a single constituency in the former Western Germany had given a majority of their votes to AfD. It was very clear spatial difference, and exactly the same map appears in Poland with the most recent presidential election there. The difference between East and West. So there are really interesting sort of spatial dimensions and you know, for those of us interested in agricultural policy, you know, there's a rural-urban issue here, which is really interesting to explore. But I think the second part of the question was more on what role can science and scientists play, and I think that's a really interesting one. I mean, it's sort of highlighting the fact that in our title we have, you know, evidence-based policy making. I mean, one of the more shocking things that appears to be happening in the United States at the present time is the simple elimination, the cutting of vital pieces of evidence. I don't think it has happened yet, but I understand it has been proposed that, for example, the observatory at the top of that mountain in Hawaii, I don't know how you pronounce it, the Mauna Loa Observatory, which was their observations was the basis for the Keeling curve, which suggested the rising concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere, the first time that had been, if you like, demonstrated using observational data. And the Trump administration is proposing to simply cut the budget for that or not renew the lease of the station. Anyway, effectively it closed it down. So simply the suppression of statistical data that appears to be going on in the United States, I think, is a very worrying sign. So if we're interested in evidence-based policy making, then clearly trying to protect the data sources is a very first and important step. The other issue, which is more controversial, is the role that individual scientists should take. There is this school of thought that we should be more activist if we feel strongly enough that you know, that our discipline suggests that there is actions that policymakers should take. And I guess climate is kind of the role model here, but you can also see it in terms of biodiversity, ecological collapse, and so on, where there is a sense that unless we as scientists get involved and, you know, actually participate in the public debate by recommending policy proposals, then we are not really honoring our discipline, if you like. The other kind of more hesitant approach to that is that inevitably, when you come to making policy recommendations, you're not into purely scientific judgments. There is no policy decision that can be taken simply on the basis of scientific evidence. It always includes a value dimension, whether that's distributional in terms of some groups will lose and some groups will gain, or whether it's in terms of a sort of your view of the world. Do we go for an agroecological model of agriculture in future, or do we go for sustainable intensification, whatever that might mean? So there's always values involved, and there is, I think, potentially, and this is something, as somebody who has not felt shy in the past about making, you know, very radical recommendations about agricultural policy, but there is a kind of a feeling that if you simply get aligned with a particular political perspective, then your scientific, your role as a scientist becomes undermined. And I think that's a difficult balance, gang, and I think it's a great question to raise and one to discuss in further. So, thanks.
Last but not least, David.
I hope you will give your own answers at the end also, Margarita. I mean, that's now, so so thanks a lot for the different question. I think first we have to acknowledge that a lot of people are taking decisions not because they are crazy, not because they have the wrong information, because also people suffer. I think that Jonathan has referred to it, Alan has referred to it. Globalization was a success, but not for everyone. And that's what basic all trade economists that is a bit honest will tell you from the beginning, you know, that within each country you have winners and losers. And now if policymakers are not able or doesn't want to take care of the losers, at one point you will have problems. And that's what we have seen. Inequalities have increased, in particular in the high-income countries. And that's where you have seen the globalization the most criticized, when actually you go in the global south, a lot of countries are still very happy. They can complain about what high-income countries are doing, but many people have seen reduction of poverty, reduction of inequality at home. So, you know, that's what we have to accept is we have to listen to people and listen to people with benevolence, okay? Before we start to explain them some of the elements. And also we have to keep in mind that for people, everything is relative. If someone feels poorer today, but is still 10 times richer than an average citizen in another country, he doesn't really care, okay? You cannot say, yeah, but you know, you have a lot of years of a privilege and now you have to give it back. Okay, thank you very much, but not my problem. I am poorer than 5 years ago. And that's what we have to accept. Accept or not, but at least to make sure that it's the base of the discussion. So then we engage with them, and yes, as a researcher, you have to bring evidence to discuss with them, to explain, in order that people take more informed decision. I have reached the point that there is no evidence-based decision, okay? There are evidence-informed decision. And that's where we can help and contribute. And yes, you are not in an ivory tower to write paper for people that will read your papers and do high-level publication. You continue in this direction. Don't be surprised if the civilization collapses, okay? Now, as a researcher and as a market-oriented researcher, I am totally fine with countries make mistakes, collapse, civilization will collapse. That's why the humankind has survived, not getting all the people making bad decisions still going on. At one point, you make too many bad decisions, your government collapse, your civilization collapse. We have seen it all around the world. Now, in the meantime, we can try to avoid this because some people will suffer. And I think that really what matters for me is to make sure that we limit the suffering. And just to answer Lucia, I mean, group of countries, yes, let's see. Me, what I care about what will happen for the country that may not be in the club, okay? If at the end high-income countries want to mess up their policies and become poorer, that's their responsibility. Now, we should not make Africa poorer or things like this. So, you know, that I think, you know, it's a bit roles criteria. Let's think about who is suffering the most and make sure that, you know, we may not maximize global welfare, but we may push the people that are suffering the most up because we cannot ensure anyone. Antoine was referring to the US position. I mean, we discussed it this morning. Antoine already gave a reminder of the of the 200 years of trade policy in the US that is a pretty, you know, inspiring. I mean, during the 19th century, the US didn't care about IP rights when it's about taking all the IP rights from Europe. And then when they had enough IP rights, they said, you know, that's something very important to protect. WTO, we remember, even if we were not born at the time, I think, the Havana conference. And so already at the time, so after the Second World War, we created Organization for Everything. There was the idea to have an international organization of trade. And the US Congress said, no, thank you very much. We want to maintain sovereignty. And at one point, you know, when you live together, you have to accept, do you give sovereignty or not? So, you know, that's part of their DNA. And when you are number one, you don't want to give sovereignty. I mean, that's why you should do it. So that's going to remain in some pattern up to the point that you will see people asking for rationality. And that's where the private companies will play a role, I think. That's where I put some of my hopes. Because they are actually, most of the US companies are global companies. And so they care about what's happening in the world. And right now they are very discreet, but they still act and try to mitigate damage because that's their global business. Now, just to conclude on the question of political economy, I mean, the Grossman-Helpman model is not a great model to explain everything. And I think it's good when you start to look at very particular decisions. So you take your tariff profiles and you see what we have tariff peaks. And then you can start to map it with some lobbies. But the Grossman-Helpman model has never been about the average decision of protectionism or not in a country. Okay? So people doesn't vote for the tariff on butter, but they can vote for some direction. And here you have actually a much better political economy model, acknowledging that you vote at least on several dimensions, just like take two. Okay? You have one economic dimension, and then you have one ideological dimension. I make my PhD on that, so and now what you see is that people change. So during an election, it will be abortion. During another election, it's DEI. During another election, it's race. If you want to understand why poor white people have voted for some parties that were giving more money to the rich, it's because the race card was played during some decades, and so on and so on. So you know, these two-dimensional things is pretty important, and you explain much more of this big direction.
Thank you so much to everyone. We have to close this session. I just would like to do a couple of final comments. And the first is really, I think that they all did a great job, so I really thank you very much. It was not easy. It was not an easy task trying to make a sort of state of the art of where we are going and where we are and where we are heading. So thanks a lot, really, for this. The second remarks is that I think that this day, the full day, with the two keynotes in the morning and the round table, I think they really were in the spirit of every Giovanni event he organized. So I hope that I'm not sure I will say the third, thanks to Luca. Because he was the mind of this day. And then we are going to go to the main library, I guess. Where is Rosanna? Rosanna, so we are going to the main library now, and you can explain to everybody what is the next. I have to say one final comment. I really hope that the PhD students have enjoyed, and really it is not so easy to be able to participate to these kind of things. So having a very close contact with such a panelist, please exploit them in an informal way also this afternoon, because really it is not so easy to get in touch with them. So thanks for their presence here, and I hope really that you enjoyed everything.
Hello everyone, now it's time for our promenade. So we are going to the main library, yes, and we will go by walking. So it's like 18 minutes walking altogether. There will be the chance even to take a coffee, that it's quite good. If there's someone that is not comfortable to go walking, there's the chance even to take a car. The only thing is we can organize all of these cars outside, so at the entrance, okay? But yes, the walking part is the best, actually, and we will have the chance to see the whole university. So it's a very good chance. Thank you.